through. But you're experiencing a real anxiety disorder, and you need help with that. You don't need medication. You need to learn to calm yourself. You need to learn to quiet yourself. You need to learn to take a chance that without making people do what you want them to do, that they will still stay around. And I can give you the skill sets to control that. And give this 90 days, and you're going to see a very different dynamic in your family and your marriage. Can you do that? Because we'll start working on this right away in your town. Right. We're back with John and Sally after taking a break, and I want to do this a little differently. I'm just going to answer questions. How can I help either one of you?
Wow. We need some communication help. We need some self-esteem help. We need some control help.
I like to say a couple of things. I have neglected my wife, and a lot of the things that she does, a lot of things we do, it's because I have neglected her over these last years. When we had to when we moved away from our family, we're trying to get back closer, but I have completely neglected my wife. I have abandoned her. And a lot of the things that I see now where she's reached out for help, I was too busy writing, I was too busy working, I was too busy doing this. I have not been a friend. I have completely neglected her. And it's not necessarily about bossy husbands or about control. I have high expectations. And if she doesn't, no, let me tell you, my wife keeps the cleanest house in the world. And what happens is when I come home, if there's something on the floor, if the rug needs shook, then I'll shake that. She feels like I'm undermining her job, that I'm trying to one-upmanship, and so there's some problems there. Uh, Sally, she's put on some weight lately, and it's really distorted her view. And whereas I try to look at things very optimistically in the world, she looks at things pessimistically. But all along during this time, and I think where maybe that's where the food comes in. All along, I have neglected her, and like she would want to go out and do things. She would want to do this. I wouldn't have time, and I have completely neglected my wife.
Do you have a question to that?
Yeah, the question is, what can I do not to be neglectful? I need to make that change. What can I do to be a friend?
Okay. And can I answer the question?
Yes, sir.
It's all about empathy. It's all about empathy. The quality of a relationship
He doesn't have
to the
any.
extent to which it is built on a solid
You
foundation
know?
and meets the needs of both people involved.
That's the sad part.
And what is it that friends do?
He won't be able to do that.
Friends share things about their life. They're interested in one another's lives. They share stories and victories and tragedies. They laugh and talk. And sometimes I see married couples that'll get up in the morning and walk by each other all the time. But yet when they go to work, it's like, "Hi Sue, hi Bill, how you doing? Oh, what did you do last night?" They put more effort into relationship than they do into their marriage. And so I think you have to work on getting back to being friends. And as I was saying to Jim in y'all's absence, sometimes we quiet ourselves internally by controlling things externally. It's like, okay, everything's in its place. There's a place for everything. I can feel like things are running the world. But that's not really true. Remember that. You two need to really get back to basics here. Question. I want you to answer this in a very focused way. Why did you fall in love with this woman? What was it about her that
Sex
you said,
services and
this
supply.
woman I want to stay with?
And
The first thing I
there was
noticed
one
about
more.
Sally was her
Safety.
smile and the wagon
No,
with two little
it's
children that she carried
sex
around.
supply,
Um, and then
Safety.
it was that friendship.
I
You know,
don't
it was
think it
that
was
friendship.
I
We
know it
shared
was
our
safety.
dreams together. You know, we talked about maybe someday
No.
starting an orphanage.
Yeah.
You know, dreams like that. We would spend so much time together, and I think
Did
that
you
to a
think she
large
was
extent.
cute?
What's that?
Did you think she was cute?
Oh, beautiful.
You think
Yeah,
you
she's
think
still.
she had a good sense of humor?
Yes, and at the same time, you know, along with all of this, we accepted each other. We listened to each other.
But then we got away from that, right? What was it about him that you fell in love with?
Oh, he was nice looking. That was what caught my eye, I guess. But I think, once we got to know each other, we had a good friendship. We really did. He was my best friend. We were involved in things together. And that was something that we were close to each other because we had a lot of activities together.
And something that will help you at this point reconnect with her is to learn to quiet yourself internally. Learn to really relax and just kind of let life wash over you a little bit. Because there's time to work, and I've been accused of being a workaholic myself. My wife found dead saying, so I had to say that or I'd lose all credibility. But, I've had to learn, and I think you would benefit from learning to really quiet yourself internally, calm yourself, and let all the stress and tension go where you have nothing to do, nothing to solve, nothing to conquer. And that's not about being worthless, because I'll promise you, you will be much more effective when you're in harness if you take care of the horse when it's out of harness. You got to fill yourself back up some, because we need change agents in this world. We don't need martyrs. We need somebody that stays in the game, and to do that, you got to take care of yourself, and that means you got to learn some skills to control stress, pressure, anxiety, tension, all the things that can cause a guy to get really intense, because you can get pretty intense, and when you do, then you really speed up, and you say and do things that you don't really mean in the heat of the moment. I mean, couples do that.
And I'm really trying to work on, because I know right now Sally has a real fragile image because of her overweight, and she talks about it.
No, let's stop. Listen, I'm not gonna go.
I mean, I
let me tell you, they're responding to that because they're women, and you're criticizing her for her weight. Now, listen, we're not going there. Stop.
I've never said one thing negative.
No, we're not going there. You're gonna listen. Let's focus on what I am, and we're gonna stop this conversation because I'm telling you what needs to be done. I've given you the formula for success in a relationship. I've shown what I think needs to be done to get this back on the right track, and I'm going to make some resources available to you that I think you'd really enjoy. I think you can really throw yourself into it and enjoy it.
It's my wife. She puts herself down all the time about her being over, and that's what I meant. She puts herself down, and that hurts me, because I think she's a beautiful woman, and
I get it, and I think we need to.
I'd like to say he has been supportive of since I've gained the weight. He has been very good to me about it.
And if you want to get that done, we'll help you with that. Seriously, we'll help you with that in a very helpful way. If you want to do that for you, we'll do that. But the expectations, I know, I got a sneaking feeling if I went to my wife and said, there are dishes piled up here, she would hand me some soap and a rag, so I will bring it up. I have a job and I brought it up.
And see, that's another thing. I'm a firm believer in household chores. I do dishes, and I do clean. But see, Sally thinks that when I do that, it undermines her as a stay-at-home.
Well, I'm going to help you get over that.
Okay. I appreciate that.
So I do dishes, and I do clean, and I don't mind doing dishes.
When I do them, I'll just break a few, and then she'll say, hey, get out of the way, just let me do it. Works every time, remember that?
My son learned that. Yeah, he does that a lot.
But I'm telling you, we need to reduce the stress and pressure here work on this focus, and I'm going to give you some opportunities to do that. And then we'll see what happens, okay? Give me a chance to work on this. Give me a chance to work on
Yes,
this.
sir.
Okay, we'll be right back. Well, I want to thank all of my guests today. You know, one of the things I always tell folks that are up here is, you know, there is a bit of a trade-off. I mean, up here you get
I love you.
up close and
Love you
personal
so
focus
much.
and resources made available to you. What we get out of it is a teaching tool, and I hope that every
I need you.
I need you too, babe.
I love you, baby beef curtain.
Babe, don't call me that.
Okay.
Love you too.
Okay, babe. You going to bed?
Okay,
Are you sleepy?
trying to be.
Oh, I miss you.
What?
I miss you. Let's hang up and put on the latest Let's Read or something.
Okay,
That always makes me fall asleep.
okay.
Okay, I love you, baby.
I love you too.
I wish I was there to cuddle you.
Okay,
Good night. Text me if you can't sleep and I will.
okay, babe.
Okay, I love you.
Love you too. Bye.
Bye.
He wants you to photograph everything in the drawer.
Is the FBI here?
We just need to keep our mouths shut.
Takes a values loyalty.
Damn right he does.
Bassoon? Oh, yes.
From moments of awe in front of masterpieces to cry laughing with your tour group. Make memories.
Oh, Lady Dimitrescu.
Unforgettable.
Beautiful
travel
even in
experiences.
death. That waistline. Yes.
I went to like the ones that stick out in my head. For Dark Souls 3, I know the boss that took me the most attempts was the Nameless King, embarrassingly. He was feeding me my vegetables. It took me roughly 20 attempts to kill the Nameless King. For Demon Souls, I know the boss that took me the longest to beat was the Armored Spider, which is also fucking shameful. It took me, I think, right around 15-ish attempts to kill the Armored Spider. I'm just gonna stand in front. For Bloodborne, and this is usually the boss I say is the hardest boss ever in any game I've played, it was Orphan of Kos, and it took me 28 I've always said Orphan of Ghosts is the hardest boss in any of the Souls games, and up until recently I believed that. Oh my god, fucking unlucky. Dodged the wrong word. Now for Sekiro, this is where things get very interesting. So, on my first playthrough of Sekiro, it actually took me over 4 hours to defeat the true final boss, Ishin the Sword Saint. Over 4 hours of attempts. I never cracked 100 deaths because the battle was much, much longer. Ogdo kills you in one shot if you get hit by anything. Any single move from Ogdo instant kills you, whereas in Sekiro, not only do you have a respawn mechanic, but it also doesn't one-shot you with every move. So the attempts lasted longer. I didn't take over 100 deaths, but it took me almost double the time to kill Ishin than it did to kill Spawn of Ogdo. So close! Sweet Jesus Christ. Alright, good practice, warm-up. Now, interestingly though, when I went back for the marathon and fought Ishin Sword Saint again, it only took me 13 attempts, so I improved drastically. But now to the most recent game, Elden Ring. Elden Ring is actually where we find the other two bosses that took me the most attempts out of the whole series, or the whole genre. And the first one is Malenia, of course, a classic. Malenia took me 33 tries to beat, which was just over an hour and 45 minutes, roughly like 2 hours. So a little quicker than Spawn of Ogdo. Risk it. Gotcha, let's fucking go! Sub 35, I think that was run number 33. But then we get to who I consider now to be probably the hardest boss I've ever fought against, and that was Release Radahn, no summons. It took me over 66 attempts on Radahn, I already forgot how you fucking say it. Over 66 attempts in well north of 2.5 hours. He's gonna do a giant gravity pull. Oh, nope, that's new. Oh! Was that like a change-up pitch? So, Radahn, going into Jedi Survivor, was the boss that took me the most deaths and most attempts, except for Ishin Sword Saint. That one's still just on a whole different level. I must have been hit by a stupid beam, because I could not beat him when I did my first playthrough of it without cheesing him. And it took me 4 hours. But when I went back, it only took me 13 tries. So the data's a little skewed there, but those are going to be the top contenders. Radahn, Ishin Sword Saint, and Malenia. Those are really the three that Spawn of Ogdo had to compete with. And when we look at the number of deaths, I took more deaths to Spawn of Ogdo than all three of those bosses combined. I lost count at over 120-something deaths against Spawn of Ogdo. And it's because the game not only loads extremely quickly, which is a great thing, but like I said, everything insta-kills you, so you're always restarting and going right back to the beginning. So all of the attempts are just rapid fire. They're able to just really rack up quickly. So now, let's talk about why Spawn of Ogdo was so difficult for me, and not just me, for pretty much everyone. I'm obviously playing on the highest difficulty, Jedi Grandmaster, so like I said, everything one-shots you. I'm not too upset about that, though I wish there were a couple of moves that didn't, like his normal attack, which comes out like in literally like one frame. It's like a frame one attack, and with no delays, and even when you parry it, he can immediately just do it again, and in fact he does multiple times. So his normal attack is just like a normal bite, which once you get the timing down you can parry, but it's fucking worthless because he has no stagger window, no stance break, no actual punish opportunity with his normal attacks. So if you parry both of his bites, which he usually does back-to-back, so one chop, two chop, and you parry both of them, you can't actually punish that because he can just do it again before you can finish your attack animation. Sometimes you get lucky and it stalls a bit so you can get a punish in there, but it's never worth risking because you can insta-cast it again. Also, towards the end of the fight, he can do it 4 times in a row, so you can go 1 bite, 2 bite, 3 bite, 4 bite, and if you try and parry all of those, you still can't punish him, because you can just start the whole chain over again. What makes Ogdo so difficult is there's never an opportunity to punish him, and he has, I think, 5 unparryable, unblockable moves that, of course, all one-shot. So, I just have this clip playing here. It doesn't really showcase too much, really. But one of his moves is this charge, which you have to jump over. You can't dodge because it's a fucking homing missile. It can read your mind and it will always hit you if you try and dodge. So you have to jump over it, and you can't actually punish him at the end of it because this is one of his bugs. After his dash, he can insta-cast any move, whether it's the unblockable bite that you have to dodge, which you won't have time to dodge if you try and punish after his charge, or his normal bite, which you won't have time to parry or dodge if you decide to try and punish after his charge. So, the charge is a big frame trap, it's just a complete bait. If you try and punish after his charge, you die, every time without fail, which is so counterintuitive because in every other Souls game, and not just Souls games, just every other game in general, if you dodge someone's big charge, it leaves them open for a punishable opportunity, a window. That doesn't exist with Spawn of Ogdo, and also you can only ever get one attack on Spawn of Ogdo before he starts his next set of attack chains, so it's just a really long, tedious fight regardless. You can only ever get one opportunity to attack in between moves, and there's only two punishable moves that I was able to pick up on. That is his dodgeable bite, so that's his unblockable that you have to dodge bite. You can get one attack, two if you're really quick on that, but that's very rare. And then his other one is the acid tinkler, like he vomits out acid. You can get a punish in there as well, but not a big one. So those are really your only two opportunities. Everything else you're parrying or dodging, but parrying's worthless because you can't punish off of a parry against him and you can't break his fortitude or anything. So the only reason you're parrying is so that way your block stance doesn't break. And you can try and keep distance to let it slow regen, but it's not really worth it either because he is so quick. The boss is just fucking bullshit. Also, to everyone in Twitch chat that just kept saying, why not spam lightsaber throw? You can't on Jedi Grandmaster difficulty. Your force powers don't regen. You only get your force back through normal attacks landing. So I have to be attacking in order to be able to do the lightsaber throw. So I can't just endlessly spam it or anything like that. So one of the other glitches right now is with another attack of his tongue. His tongue is undodgeable. So if you try and dodge his tongue, you will get hit every single time. There's only two ways of avoiding it. One, getting out of range, or two, jumping over it. But it's not really intuitive to jump over his tongue because it seems like it should still hit you, but it doesn't. So you can only jump over it or get out of range. If you try and dodge it, it's going to kill you every time, and of course it's an insta-kill. Spawn of Ogdo, with all of this in mind, I don't want this video to be like fucking 30 minutes of me just whining about this one boss. But Spawn of Ogdo is now, based on all of the data I've collected looking through VODs and full streams, is now the boss that I have taken the most deaths on before defeating, with well north of like 120 something deaths, which is crazy that it came in Jedi Survivor. It's a fucking wild boss. It is an unfair boss and an unfun fight. It is not a fun fight, and it doesn't function the way I think they intended it to. Like I mentioned, there's two reported bugs with it. At least that's what people are assuming is going on. But god damn it, I fucking did it regardless, and I know a lot of other people have as well. There is a cheese that exists with it, but that cheese doesn't quite work on the highest difficulty, and I wouldn't cheese a boss like that anymore. I learned my lesson with Ishin because I felt so bad cheesing him to beat him. I would not do that again. So I did it the old-fashioned way, blood, sweat, tears, and elbow grease. I fucking took it to Spawn of Ogdo.
My accomplishments. Next to that, she meant nothing.
I'm not going to be ignored, Dad.
I did not kill that woman.
Zara.
The next generation of Jedi.
We seek a dangerous fugitive. This is no common anarchist, but a devotee of the treasonous Jedi Order. No! Look at this, a lightsaber.
I was alone for a long time. I was scared that they'd find out who I was. What I was.
Not alone. Not anymore.
Hey, BD1. I'm Cal.
Get your lasers off my lunch!
I guess it's about time I find out who I am.
Couple bumps ain't gonna kill you, kid.
Baron, right?
I've spent years waiting for a chance to avenge my sisters.
I know what it's like to lose everything.
Night Sisters and Jedi do not travel together, but survivors, we adapt.
The faith. I don't remember the story to this game at all, or the Jedi Fallen Order at all.
Life has this funny way of forcing you on the path forward.
Execute Order 66.
Every Jedi faces the dark side.
Look at Bill
build something different. Something better.
She'll sell you out too.
You can't stop the Empire!
I'm stronger now because of the pain.
Such hatred. Failure's not the end. It's a necessary part of the path.
I haven't had a difficulty option yet, but I am going to the hardest difficulty.
I will never forget. We will honor your teaching and your sacrifice.
By the right of the Council, Cal Kestis. Rise, Jedi Knight.
Remember, trust only in the Force.
So where to now?
Alright. Exit Resub Ryland. Nice. Alright, Jedi Grandmaster, run it. Oh, that's cool. You can turn off help mode here. Alright, run it. That's actually a good feature. That is, I think that's great.
No one tells stories better than Audible, the home of storytelling. From motivation and comedy.
Do you have enough firepower? I can now offer an expanded weapon modification
I was on an island off the
service.
east coast of Brisbane, Australia, with my partner. Let's call her Lily. Our house was a lovely mainland-facing house. The entire front of the house is practically glass doors and windows to fully appreciate the view. We moved to the island for cheap rent and to be closer to my Lily's mother. She supported us at the time when we were financially struggling. She was a policewoman of 9 years. My commute was minimum 2 hours to get to my job in the city, so in order to go to work on time, I would have
This
to wake up at 4 a.m.
modification can be done in
My
just
usual
a
morning
moment.
routine consisted of waking up, showering, coffee hit, getting dressed, waiting for my ride to the ferry terminal. This usually took somewhere to 20 to 30 minutes.
Leave
total.
this to me.
Meanwhile, Lily is in bed asleep. Even though I wore heavy work boots and am all sorts of clumsy, the front door closing was one of the only
Unfortunately,
things that would
you
wake her
don't
up.
seem to have the
It acted
funds
as an
for
alarm
that.
for her to start her day, just as I leave to start mine. So cut to the morning of the incident. Normal morning, normal routine. I'm making my way into the ferry when I receive a call from Lily. She was whispering in a hushed tone, which was very difficult to understand over loud ferry engines.
Good day, then.
What are you doing home? Did I miss your ferry? What? No, I'm just hopping on now. What do you mean? Are you not home? Huh? No, it's 4:30. I'm on my way to work. Are you okay? There is dead silence over the phone. At this point, I'm starting to think the worst. I tell her to call her mom and tell her to get over to our house ASAP. I get a faint okay and the phone hangs up. She then asks me why I'm not calling the police at this point as well. On the islands, police don't even start until 7 a.m., and even then it's very unlikely to get a form of assistance. It's not incompetence, it's just plain lack of resources and manpower. The next part is told through Lily's point of view. Lily woke up to the sound of the front door closing. It's a large glass sliding door and it makes a distinct metal clicking sound when it latches shut, which it does so automatically or when you unlock it to open it. She assumes it's simply me leaving and snuggles further into the warm blankets, but begins to hear heavy boot steps on the hardwood floor, making their way through the kitchen and slowly down the hallway to the bedroom. They go past the bedroom into the study. The study is adjacent to the bedroom. Think of a forked door left is study door, right is bedroom. The walls are pitched in so Lily can distinctly hear the door handle grinding its way open, with a very clear clink sound to signify you can't turn the knob any further. She hears the boot steps slowly walk into the study and what sounds like my computer chair rolling from underneath the desk along with the sound of the seat depreciating into the floor as weight is being shifted onto it. This is where Lily assumes it's simply me returning home, as I usually would come home and sit down at my computer desk. She quietly whispers into the phone, "Hey, what are you doing home? Did you miss your ferry?" Awaiting a response, she took her ear away from the phone to listen to who she thought was me respond to the wall. Silence. She places her ear back on the phone and hears me responding with, "What? I'm just hopping on now." She explained to me how her gut dropped and felt heavy. Her breathing sped up and shortened simultaneously. I had never heard her speak of a time where she was more terrified than at that moment. I tell her to hang up and she promptly moves herself underneath the bed covers to obscure any noise she may make. She calls up her mom and begs her to come over immediately. She explained there's a man in the house. He is currently still in the study as there hasn't been any footprints leaving the room or even the sound of weight shifting back off the seat. 2 minutes pass and her mother is flying down the road that runs along our house and promptly pulls into our driveway. Here's a bit more info. Our driveway was at least 50 meters towards the house at the end of the block when you pull into it. There is enough elevation initially where you can see directly into the front of the house all the way back to the study and bedroom door down the end of the hallway. Her mom speeds up and hops out. She takes time to confirm the Hilux doors are locked and there's nothing in the tray that can be taken. She then proceeds to make her way into the house, making sure every corner is checked and any potential hiding spot is covered. Keeping calm and collected, she begins to do a literal police tactical house clear, moving from room to room doing a quick but thorough check, confirming that doors are locked, windows are closed, and rooms empty. She eventually gets to the study. The door is shut. No possible way to escape. One way in, one way out. She opens the door to find no one inside, but the desk chair is in a position where someone could have been sitting in it. She cleared the cupboard, then checked the windows were correctly shut. She then proceeds to exit the study and turn left to open the bedroom door to inform Lily that no one is home. When in the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the glass sliding door opening. She sprints over to it and runs outside to nothing. No sound, no movement, nothing. I can clear as day remember her response when I called her asking what happened. No signs of entry, forced or otherwise from into the building. No signs of someone exiting initially as well. Though I do think someone somehow snuck past me. I found the glass door open wide after I cleared the house, but I remember the latch clicking shut. Here's my story of the time. Some sort of extremely agile and sneaky intruder spooked and evaded my partner's bonus mother. A few months later, someone on the island was caught breaking and entering and trying to force his way onto unsuspecting homes. Lily's mother said the case was different as the man only recently arrived on the island a week before being caught. But there still needs to be kills. What I meant by mine is wanted. sirens from the jail. It caught me completely off guard, but what could I do? I was a 9-year-old boy. Sooner or later, my parents got wind of what was going on and told me to get back to sleep. Truthfully, I couldn't. The next morning, the jail incident was on the news. 3 policemen were held hostage during the night. The 2 prison mates escaped. One was found 2 hours later near the local park at 4 a.m., but the others were not found. That night, as I was in bed, I heard something. Not outside, but in the attic. Footsteps and heavy breathing. I wanted to run and get my parents, but the door to the attic is right next to the door of my room. Then I heard it. The faint creak of the attic door opening. I was practically crying at this point, fearing for my life. My only question was, how did he get in? We keep the doors locked all the time. 5 short minutes felt like 5 long years as the guy quietly walked down the stairs. I was able to make out the sound of him opening the fridge. Sometimes I was down the stairs. I didn't think it was safe to get my parents at that point, because at any time he could come out. I wasn't sure if he was armed or not, so I waited till morning. As soon as there was sunlight, I woke up my parents to tell them what happened. Immediately, they called the police. A short time after, 3 police cars were in our driveway, and a search team was already trying to look for the guy. What the police and detectives found really messed me up. Apparently, the cellmate found a hole under our deck and was able to squeeze through a small tunnel leading to our fireplace. But the thing was, that thing was blocked off for as long as I can remember. I could climb up the fireplace and into our attic. That's why I could hear small animals during the night. The man was armed with a wrench that my dad must have left out the night they got me. The man was originally put into jail for robbery, and now he's in prison for the next 15 years under trespassing, breaking and entering. I'm not going to say his name for legal reasons, but just know that no one got hurt. I was on a ride probably on the building inspector and an avid motorcyclist, and often has to make long trips within the province, or just over one, so this wasn't anything unusual. I agreed to come along. Must have been a summer or sometime I got up from school and wanted to go sightseeing before everything was covered in a blanket of snow. The further north you go, the prettier it looks. And despite the huge amounts of graffiti scrawled on the smooth red stones, I found the scene of torches. It's not unlike a lot of Canadian roads to have several offshoots and hiking paths. And when nature called, my father tucked into a fishing trail and parked. We wandered a little way up to a camping site, a few logs situated around a fire pit and a stream nearby. I sat among the logs, and my father went to go relieve himself. I started to pick at the sand around my feet and noticed something sticking out from under the log I was on. Foolish me didn't really think much of it. Rather, I was excited to find an ornate hunting knife. Dad, I called out. Certain my father was finished by now and was just enjoying the view from where he was. Come see what I found. My father hurried up the slope shortly after hearing me and saw the blade. He quickly grasped my arm. I complained like any kid would at the sudden roughness I was being dealt with, but relented when my dad said, "Let's get back on the road." Okay, I responded, quietly following him, while he still had a firm grip on my arm. With the brush on our left, we heard the weirdest squawking sound I'd ever heard, but with that, my father held me hard and began to tug me quickly to the car. That's not a bird. My father informed me under his breath. I think that might have been the only time I had ever seen such a stoic man so frightened. My rough around the edges tattooed biker father was running to the truck and towing me behind like a rag doll. Now, we obviously made it, got out to the road and drove to Dauphin and completed our business there and came back after an evening there. Nothing more was said about that until earlier this year, 25 now. I said to my father, "Remember that time we went off the road to a fishing trail and we heard that weird bird noise?" My father chuckled an uncomfortable chuckle and told me this. The knife you found wasn't the only thing there. I saw a bunch of bundled up clothes and food down by the water, like someone intended for a chills. We were just average people going off the road to sightsee. We were so far up north in the middle of nowhere we could have gone missing. Could have stayed that way too. Needless to say, my father hadn't gone too far from the highways to relieve himself on his long trips anymore. And honestly, I don't recall having gone with him on any of his trips after that. Whether it be related to this or not, I'm not sure. I was having a terrible time getting out of bed when I started 8th grade. Surprise, surprise, it was the onset of depression and anxiety. So my parents decided that I was to take the bus for the rest of the year so I didn't depend on my mom caving when I slept through my alarm and had to go to school late. It was go early or don't go. Being the absolute dork and teacher's pet I was, I agreed to this because I was terrified of missing a full day. I should also add I was in a very wealthy neighborhood that was very branched off from anything in our city. The only traffic through the area was either residential or maintenance vehicles and landscapers. Also, I was very small for my age. I was pretty behind my female peers in terms of developing makeup and things of the like. I looked maybe 10 or 11, and I dressed like a 4-foot-tall IT guy. One day in late spring, I got off at my friend's stop so we could continue a conversation we were having, as my stop was 2 behind hers. The walk to my house wouldn't have been more than 10 to 15 minutes. My friend and I parted ways, and I walked home in the opposite direction. It was about 5 minutes before I noticed a white truck that looked like a maintenance car had been following me pretty closely, stopping every 30 seconds. This was shortly after the release of the iPhone 4, so I assumed he was lost and checking his Maps app or something, as our neighborhood was full of loops, dead ends, and such. That was until I looked back a few more times and realized he slowed down to a stop every time I started to look back. Being raised in the height of stranger dangers, my forget-this senses were tingling at this point. I started to walk faster towards the next left I had to make to get home. Maybe he really was just confused by a sprawling mountaintop neighborhood with ridiculously long driveways and just couldn't find a house number for a place he was remodeling or something, and would continue down that other road. No. He stopped, waited to see which direction I would follow at the fork, and went left after me. I decided I'd stop altogether and see what he did, as I was carrying a heavy backpack and a cello, was not about a haul at home for nothing. He stopped next to me and rolled down his window. "You dropped your lunchbox, dear. I have it in here. Let me give you a ride home." I never brought a lunchbox to school. I used all the force and intimidation I could find in my little 8th grade voice and said, "I don't have a lunchbox. Stop following me, you white trash. I have your plates." He looked very angry as I booked it and ran to the nearest house I could see people inside and watched him open his door. I violently rang the doorbell when a mother with 2 young kids came out and saw the look on my face and the man running after me and didn't ask questions. She shut and locked the door behind her as I made a point of saying that that guy out there had been following me for 15 minutes and I do not know him. Please don't let me go back out there until he's gone. We looked out the window and he was getting back in his car, speeding off in the direction he came. Luckily, the lady didn't let me walk the rest of the way home just to be safe, and drove me back home, making sure he was gone first. I'm a 16-year-old student in Sydney, Australia. I'm 6'2" and I'm in grade 11. I was walking to the bus stop like I do every morning to get to school. I wasn't wearing a school uniform. My school lets you wear whatever you want as long as it's certain colors, with my backpack on. I was about 5 minutes away from the bus stop, which is literally like across the road from a supermarket called Kohl's. Keep in mind, I was walking and texting. Yeah, someone will give me crap about that. And as always, before I get ready to cross the road, I look left and right, so there's no cars. I checked left and right, and there was a car with these two men in there. I didn't really get a good look at their faces, but I could tell that they were islanders. Pretty sure that they were wearing those tradie shirts. So as I looked right, I saw them approaching close to me, so I waited to let them go. They were speeding, and I didn't want to risk it and run across the road. But they stopped at the last second before me and just stared. They weren't doing anything. They were just staring at me. I signaled at them to let them know that they could drive, and I'd walk across the road after they left. They looked at me like they acknowledged that they could drive, so I waited a few seconds for them to go. They didn't drive. So I was like, okay, cool, I'll just walk across the road. But no, they decided to drive their car as I was stepping onto the road and nearly hit me. They stopped when I stepped back onto the sidewalk. So I stopped and stepped back onto the sidewalk and glared at them. I told them to just drive again so I could walk after they left. I walked a bit further up before crossing. Same thing happened. They stared, I walked, they nearly hit me again. This happened a third time and my head was literally screaming. You've read too many stories to know this isn't a coincidence. Get out of there. Even though it was 7 a.m. and daylight and I live in one of the friendliest neighborhoods. So after the third time, I ran across the road. I just went for it. As expected, they drove as soon as I left the sidewalk, and obviously they didn't hit me. As I went to the other sidewalk across the street, they went around the roundabout twice, while staring at me again, before they burned rubber and sped off. This is from my time at university, when I would regularly be out at odd times and odd things with odd people would happen often. Since moving to London, that kind of encounter had not been a regular occurrence, and is too minor for me to recall. I was living in an area that everyone would say was dangerous and was rough and supposedly had regular stabbings, but I'd lived there 4 years and never had anything super out of the ordinary happen to me, until I moved again. Where I live now has a reputation for being rough, but nowhere near a bad reputation as where I was before. But to put it into perspective, I had a moped in the other place for 2 years, and it was regularly left unlocked and had never been stolen. This new place, I had a push bike for less than 2 weeks, double-locked it in a supermarket CCTV parking lot, and was only in there for 20 minutes, and it was gone. So, that's the kind of place I live now. There's also a traveler estate and council estate right next to my street, so that may also have contributed to the theft. This story comes from when I still had the push bike. I regularly biked from my house to the gym, which was a 12-minute ride away along a main road that eventually led to a motorway if you kept going after the gym. It was a winter evening, and a month prior had been fireworks night. It was still light out, so it was probably about 3 p.m., not at all late. I was riding the bike home and was almost there when this white, cheap old car with blacked-out windows rolled up next to me. It's pretty close to my house, so this part is 30 miles per hour speed limit, and we're coming to a roundabout, so not too weird for a car to be moving that slowly next to me. I pull tighter to the path inside the bike lane, but the car starts to drift closer and closer. At this point, I'm a little freaked out. I'm terrified of driving because, in general, other road users can't be trusted, and I hear horror stories all the time about bikers being knocked or squished against lampposts, but I keep going because as I approach the roundabout, my plan is to steer off the first exit into a car park in front of a general store. However, before I get to make the turn, the passenger window is being rolled down. For the brief second I have, I can see inside its car, full of early 20-year-old boys who are cackling maniacally. This freaks me out even more, but I don't get the chance to do anything before they're pulling a firework, lit, from in front of them. I have a millisecond to duck my head as this firework is directed at my face. I feel this projectile breeze past my face and explosions from behind me. I look up and the car is speeding off, around the roundabout and in the opposite direction, My heart is racing and not visibly shaking. I pull over past a bus stop. Thankfully, I'm safe. I'm not hurt, and I didn't crash. It all happened so fast that I didn't get the reg of the car, but I called the police anyways. They don't seem to care much, and they say they'll send patrols near the area. Ask for my address to provide more details to an actual police officer that they send. It's been almost a year, and I didn't get any police to come around and ask for more details, but yeah, possibly the scariest encounter of my life. The story takes place in a park called Memory Grove Park, in a state in the southish west with a heavy religious majority. I'll just leave it at that. People who were around the area during the Satanic Panic and beyond may or may not know that this place is a bit of a local legend due to stabbing victims being found here who were possibly caught in a ritualistic stabbing. The heavy presence of pentagrams all over the park. Don't know what I'm talking about, locals? Next time you're there, look at the stone ground by the memorials, and other generally creepy and culty stuff. I believe a Redditor has a picture of a demon they believe they spotted visiting the park after dark one night. If I can find a link, I'll include it. But anyways, my husband and his cousin had gotten drunk one night, and I mean when my husband got home, he was the most intoxicated I've ever seen him, and went to the park and the trails around it. He said they saw a noose hanging from a tree up on the trail, and that once they made note of the pentagrams adorning the ground, they saw a dark figure sprint at them, but they ran. Me, wanting to call bullcrap on what was probably two drunk dudes being babies, said that my husband and I should visit the grove around the same time, 2 to 3 a.m. the next day we had off. So, the next week we linked up with my husband's cousin, waited for 2:30 to roll around and walk to the park, approaching from the opposite side they did last time. No matter which side you enter the park from, you enter from above, and basically traverse down a paved and dimly lit hill with many turns and blind corners. We'd only made about 3 turns, so maybe like 50 yards, when we heard someone downwind from us say, "Hold on," to us as we approached the blind corner. As we rounded the corner, we saw a guy stop, facing up the trail, putting something in a backpack, and a girl waiting for anyone to come down for some reason. We were polite and stopped away from the guy and said a brief hello to the girl, but she blocked her path to go down the hill. You guys know about all the bad stuff that goes on here, right? Like sacrifice, real. It's not safe when she's out there. We said we know, and we'd seen it ourselves while collectively drawing a blank on who she was, though. The guy walked back up to her and looked very nervous. He started humming in a very low tone and began checking his pockets feverishly. As my husband grabbed my hand, dragged me down the hill past them while his second stone cousin, who didn't seem to notice, kept up the conversation. It was when I was downhill from the couple that I noticed the large hunting knife the woman sported on her belt, as well as the man's switchblade peeking out of his belt. I know one when I see one, as my husband used to carry one when we lived in a terrible neighborhood. As I looked at them in a better light, I saw the man look nervous and tweaky, and the woman had a scrape on the side of her face, indicative of her probably being on meth or taking the skin. Guys, I'm being serious. There are very, very dark things out here, she said, and then mentioned again, sacrifice is real, guys. Found her living here. There's white dresses and nail polish all over the trails. At this point, all she is doing is sounding less and less coherent, and my husband is doing his very best to silently get his cousin to look at him so he can gesture to leave without any trouble, as the tweaky guy continued to look nervous and check his pockets. His cousin finally came down and joined us downhill from them, and we ran. My husband was convinced that they were going to try to mug us, and I was convinced if we had stayed any longer, the guy would have ganged up on my husband and cousin, and the girl would have come after me, and we would all be the next mysterious victims of the grove. We did make it down to the grove eventually, but the entire way down, we felt like we were being watched and something seemed off, so we left the park almost immediately, but not before we saw it, written in chalk on one of the monuments. Take the baby from his mother and drink her milk. This happened back in the fall of 2016. I was a newlywed, 18, and moved halfway across the country to live with my husband. I was in a new town and had no friends. My husband deployed in the early spring of 2016. A few months into deployment, I was lonely and wanted to head home. I decided to make the 16-hour trek home, alone. I packed up my essentials and my cats. I left at 11 p.m. because I couldn't sleep. I was about 4 hours into my drive and I was growing tired. I pulled into a well-lit public rest stop so I could catch some shut-eye. I pulled my car into a spot right under a light and I made sure cars were nearby. It's about 3 in the morning at this time and I fall asleep. Next thing I know, I hear a knuckled tapping on my driver's side window. Sleepily, I wake up and see an older man, about mid-40s, kneeling down to my window. Stupidly, I open my driver's side door. "Please don't shoot me." I won't. What do you want?" "My wife and I are stranded here. We need money. Do you have some?" "Right over here." He points to the van parked in the dark off behind him. "If you want to follow me." No, man, I'm good. I don't have any money, I'm sorry." At this point, I'm beginning to feel like something is wrong. "Oh, come on. I swear I'm up to no harm. Come over to my van. My wife is in there." "Sorry, but I don't have any money. I'm using the rest of my money to go home." "All right, miss. Well, God bless. God bless." With that, he stumbles off to the next car on my right to do the same thing. By now, I'm wide awake and I'm feeling scared. I turn on my car and peel out of the lot. I don't know what he wanted. I didn't see a woman in the van he kept pointing at, but I didn't want to find out. So I just got home a little bit ago. Earlier, I decided to walk up to a gas station to get some snacks and drinks because I'm usually up all night due to my job and I was bored. As I was walking up this main road toward the store that I had planned to go to, a man walked out of it. As I was waiting to cross the street, I heard him yell, "Hey!" And then a few seconds later, "Hey, buddy, I'm talking to you." I look over and see what's going on and realize this guy is looking and yelling right at me. So instead of crossing the street, I start walking straight ahead, and he starts pacing me on the other side of traffic, screaming at me. He keeps claiming I stole some scooter from him, and if he could cross the street, he'd beat me, and all sorts of other obscenities. I have no idea what this guy is talking about. I don't respond to him at all because I figure there's no way to de-escalate a situation with a person who is so messed up they've mistaken you for another person. They just keep screaming at me until I get to the next block where I turn in, then walk backwards another block, then start walking to where I wanted to go again, just in case they found the opportunity to cross the street. I have no idea how that guy figured I was someone that stole a scooter from him. I'm just glad the heavy traffic didn't afford him the opportunity to cross over to my side of the street. So my story starts during the summer of 2017. I was in South Africa for an internship. This opportunity was given to me by my school. There were about 15 of us participating in this program. We all lived together in an apartment, and friendships were quickly budding. Typically on most weekends, we would go out to Long Street, where all the bars were, and get food and then go out to the bars. This particular night, my friend A and I were doing our own thing, and we're going to meet up with a bigger group for dinner later. Dinner time came around, and we went to meet them, and by the time we got to the restaurant, the kitchen was closed, so we couldn't order any food. A and I were fairly annoyed with the group because someone could have told us the kitchen was closing and ordered for us. So we were annoyed and decided to leave and told them that we would meet them at this bar, Beer House, that we all usually went to. We decided that we're just going to eat at Beer House since they had really good burgers. We make our way towards Beer House. It is probably a 10-minute walk to get there. Now, it's important to note that Cape Town has a huge homeless population, and you should never give these folk money because, more often than not, they will not use it for good. We were told that if we wanted to help, we should buy them food instead. Even then, some people have told us that they have seen people that just gave food to immediately turn back into the store or supers to return the food for money. And crime is no stranger to anyone here. Cape Town has one of the highest crime rates in the world. It's especially bad for tourists. So back to the story. So we get stopped by this homeless lady asking us for money. We made the mistake of talking to her for a couple of seconds too long. Up ahead of us, we see another homeless person, but this individual was very young, maybe about 15 or 16. He noticed that we talked to the other lady and asked for money, and we told him that we have none and try to walk past them. He continues to beg, telling us that he is so hungry and even just a couple rands, which is South African money, would suffice. We tell him more sternly that we don't have anything, and we see a change in his demeanor. We walk ahead of him and we see him crossing the street. We think we lost him and continue to walk towards food until we see him walking parallel to us on the opposite side of the road. We are at this point pretty sufficiently worried. We just try to ignore him, and of course, we are walking along the road that has no people walking and is not well lit. He starts running towards us and catches up, and he looks like he has something in the front pocket of his hoodie. He looks both A and I in the eyes and says, "Give me money. I'm a beggar and I have nothing to lose. I'll stab you," and flashed his homemade shank. In that moment, all I could think was, wow, I could definitely get stabbed right now by that very, very rusty knife, and I don't have insurance here and I'm going to get sick. I don't even care if I get stabbed, I just hope I don't get sick. And then my flight or fight kicks in, and I flight and low-key leave my friend slightly behind. We both run towards the only open store on the road, and the owner of that store had to be one of the most incompetent people I have had the opportunity to interact with. He was absolutely no help. We explained to him what was happening, and he just looked at us blankly. The homeless guy followed us to the store and was just standing outside waiting for us to come out. We stay at the store for about 15 minutes until he finally leaves. We quickly make our move and run toward Long Street since there are a bunch of people there. We get to the bar we are trying to get to and call an Uber and go back to our apartment. We were very shaken to say the least and just sat in A's room and ordered McDonald's. Yes, they deliver McDonald's in South Africa, and tried to get our stuff together. And that's the story of how I almost got stabbed, but could only think of how if I get stabbed, I'm going to get infected.
What did you people think you were doing in there? Saving the country from communism? Oh, Christ.
Is the FBI here? You tell those spineless politicians loyalty is a two-way street.
We're patriots acting in the country's best interest.
What about the best interest of your family?
I will never lie to my children again.
If I get stabbed, I'm going to get infected. I was driving with my buddies up the mountain road that led to our favorite reservoir to fish. It was about 11 p.m. There was zero activity on the road and the night was silent. Usually I can hear the crickets and owls with the occasional coyote calls, but not tonight. I couldn't tell if this was a good or bad sign yet, but I did feel uneasy for some reason. I mentioned this to my buddy, who I'll call Bob for now. He said he was also feeling a little on edge for some reason. Luckily, Bob had his carry permit and his 45, so we ignored this tension that was building up and parked at the turnoff that leads to the hiking trail. It's about a 2-mile hike to our spot for the turnoff into the thick trees and brush. Our trail is well established and the moon is full, so we have a hard time getting to our spot. The whole time, though, it was radio silent. The sound of leaves and twigs crushing beneath us echoed throughout the reservoir. Our fishing spot is on the side of the mountain with trees to our left and right behind us, with the reservoir in front of us and not much space to move. This is relevant to the story. Everything went as usual until about 2:30 a.m. By this point, we had caught 5 bass between the two of us and were itching for another bite. Bob and I were both very silent and focused on feeling the next bite. We heard a slow and low creaking sound from up the mountain behind us. We looked at each other but shrugged it off. The about 400 yards behind us and up the mountain begins to fall and slides down the steep mountainside. Along with it, it brought some big loose rocks tumbling down. We start reeling up fast as we can, run back to the trail to our right, and wait for everything to fall right into the water. The tree gods talked, another group of trees about 50 yards from us, and a lot of rocks made it down into the water that we were just fishing at. We could just die, is what we both said. We were both full of adrenaline trying to cool down, so we sat on a rock next to the trail and just breathed for a minute. Then we heard a loud, bellowing howl that sounded like nothing I had ever heard or probably ever will again. If I had to describe it, it sounded like a depressed middle-aged man letting out all his pain in one long howl with the force of a lion's roar. I could feel the vibration in my chest as it let out this chilling cry. It felt like it would never end. When it did, however, it was followed by the sound of something pushing the trees and brush walking deeper into the mountains. Needless to say, we got out of there in record time. Once we got to the car, we felt safe in our modern steel machine, so we lit up our dad rig to celebrate being alive and making it back to another night. While we did make light of the situation at the time, it was definitely because if we had to take a hard look at what happened, we probably would have pooped ourselves. Bob and I later came to the conclusion that it may have been a Sasquatch that had broken a tree upon his territory. We just happened to be there. We still fish there to this day, and plenty goes on in the Sister Canyon, from ghosts to Bigfoot and everyday horrors. Nowhere is safe sometimes, but we'd rather be in nature enjoying ourselves than in the city. At least we pick our poison. Travel Channel when I was like in grade school. I would always watch those true ghost story shows that had the dramatic recreations. I used to always ask my parents if they believed in ghosts and paranormal stuff, and they would always say no. Fast forward to when I was in middle school and we moved into a new house. My paranormal interest had mostly passed as I was getting older, and I decided that ghosts were not real. When we moved, the previous owner had passed away in the house in what is now my parents' bathroom. Her name was Anna, and she apparently really liked smoking and baking cakes, and ugly floral wallpaper. For the most part, everything was super normal. We moved in, and I started 7th grade that fall. After months of living there, I began to notice strange things happening that I could never really explain, but would always just ignore. A shadow moving in the corner of my eye, a kitchen sink turning on by itself, weird footsteps, and the TV turning off. But nothing else that was plugged in. Just the TV and the sound would still be going. You know, normal stuff. Until one day I was babysitting my brother, who was just a toddler at the time, with a friend. It was the middle of the afternoon. We were hanging out in a super cool new addition my parents built, and I was laying my brother down for a nap on the couch. We turned the TV down super low, and he quickly fell asleep. We took the opportunity to relax and rest our eyes while watching TV. All three of us were basically asleep on the couch when I heard the front door open, heavy footsteps. I crawled out thinking it was my dad. When I heard the kitchen sink turn on and no reply, and more footsteps, I got up to investigate. The water was left running, so I turned it off. Then I looked out the front door to see if my dad's truck was there. He wasn't. Weird. I shrugged my shoulders and returned to the couch, not thinking much about it. Even though there was no way my dad could have come home. Walked inside to turn the sink on and leave, which, to be honest, that would be a very weird thing to do anyway. In the amount of time it took me to get up and look for him, well, whatever. A few more months go by. I was sitting at the kitchen table doing homework after school, waiting for my parents to come home. I remember this very clearly because it was right around the time that song by Lady Antebellum, Me and You Now, was super popular, and I had just heard it on the XM radio. I was in the middle of homework when the radio goes dead. I was super focused on my homework, so I didn't notice it right away. That's when I hear the sink turn on. I got up, turned it off, and sat down to finish my homework. A few minutes pass, and I hear a large amount of water splash onto the kitchen counter. I jump from my seat, freaked out by the noise, and got up to investigate only to find a puddle of water on the counter and floor. I was the only one home, so I was trying to rationalize how the water got there in the first place. Unsettled, I cleaned up the mess and returned to my homework. I didn't know what to say about the incident, or the one prior to that when I was babysitting, so I didn't talk about it with my parents for a long time. Weird stuff continued to happen, and I continued to ignore it. I always just thought there was some way to explain it. Entertainment items turning off or pausing for no reason. It was probably the electronics or the power outlets. Kitchen sinks turning on by themselves. Footsteps. That was just my imagination. Forgot about the weird water incident altogether. I don't remember how it started, but one day my parents and I were eating dinner, and someone made an offhand remark about weird stuff happening. I think it was my mom, so I started asking questions. Has the TV ever turned off for no reason? Yes. Have you ever seen a weird shadow in the corner of your eye? Yes. Has the sink turned off by itself? Yes, yes, yes. For them, it was always their bathroom sink. I laughed, almost relieved to talk about the weird stuff. My parents and I spent hours talking about all the weird experiences we had. I told them about when I was babysitting, and my mom said she had something very similar happen. She said she was sitting on the same couch I was. We had 2 living rooms. I heard the door open and heavy footsteps. Thinking it was either me or my dad, she called out, but was met with no answer. She gets up to investigate, and nothing. No one is home except for her. We decided that we were being haunted by a ghost. I think we were joking about it for the most part, but over the years, I'm 22 now, plenty of weird stuff has happened, and we have all decided that we are haunted. We're not sure if it's Anna or not, but we like to think it is. Anytime something weird happens, we yell something to the extent of, "Come on, Anna, stop it." This happens mostly during the fall when she's most active. I can't really explain that fact either, but she acts up the most during September and October and November. Another weird thing is that she really hates heavy metal or screamo music. I used to listen to it all the time, and she would pause the iPod dock. Not even turn it off, just pause. Doesn't matter where the iPod dock is plugged in. Doesn't matter which one. I've had plenty over the years. And it doesn't matter who's listening. She hates that stuff. My mom will be listening to it, and Anna will turn off the music or pause it a million times until my mom changes the music to something like bluegrass or something quieter. Anna will stop after that, but my mom gets pretty annoyed because she just wants to listen to the music, Anna, she would yell. Over the years, Anna hasn't acted up as much. A few days ago, my mom sent me a text. I moved to a different state about how my family recently brought in my grandparents' grandfather clock. Here's what she said. I kid you not. We have the grandfather clock from Papa and Grandma's house. The pendulum is not swung, nor has the clock turned since we brought it home. As a matter of fact, the key to get it started is missing. All of a sudden at 5:45 according to the clock, about 45 minutes behind current time, the clock chimes. Dad and I turned towards the clock because we weren't sure if it was on Harry Potter or in our house. The pendulum on the clock is moving, and the clock face is moving. It really was the clock chiming in our house that we heard. This can only mean one thing. Anna is back. I died laughing. Anna was probably just curious about why my parents couldn't get the clock to work and decided to take things into her own hands. Some things to note. I did ask if my brother had been messing with it, and she said no. Also, Anna doesn't do big things like that very often, especially when there's more than one person home. But when she does, it's always super surprising and funny, though she has kicked my dog before, which I don't really appreciate. So a couple of years ago, my friend Justin got sick of living in an apartment and started looking to buy a house. Because we did pretty much everything together at that point, I was looking with him. His price range was pretty low as he wanted to pay cash, around 20 to 25K, so our choices were pretty limited. However, seeing as we live in a large Midwest city, there were plenty of fixer-uppers in that price range. So he finds a house that's less than a mile from my house. It's been vacant for just a few months, and the owners are looking to sell it for about $12,500. It's a huge house, like 6 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms huge, and it really should have been a little suspicious, but it's not in the best neighborhood, so we assumed it was just a good deal. We contacted the realtor by email around 1 a.m. on a Saturday morning, and he got back to us instantly, which was weird, but okay. We met up with him the next day to tour the house. From the outside, the house seemed pretty normal. Built in the 1910s, it was a pretty typical World War I era Midwestern square frame house. It had cookie-cutter floor plan that matched the houses on either side, was painted as pleasing mint green color, in the yard, though overgrown and messy, was pleasantly large and fenced in enough for Justin's dog, and well planted with hedges and decorative trees. Past the screen and porch was the front door, and inside it was a nice entryway with a beautiful wooden staircase preserved under shag carpeting. My personal pet project would be removing the shag carpet and restoring the staircase. A door to the left going into the parlor, and a door straight ahead going into the kitchen. Upstairs were 4 bedrooms and a bathroom, and above that a finished attic that served as a master bedroom. Justin loved the house and declared his intent to buy that day, so the realtor went back to the office to get the paperwork and met us at a pizza place to fill it out and take payment. He seemed very hip with the kids these days, taking 3 20-something guys to a pizza place for paperwork. Before long, the house was Justin's. I was out of work at the time, and Justin had $8,000 left to sink into the house before the year was out, so he decided to pay me to help him out. We planned on starting on the 3rd floor and making it livable as a master suite, then working our way down, but the first step was getting electricity to the house. The power company was being PITA, and that took about 2 weeks. When we finally got power to the building, Justin brought a big pack of light bulbs from Costco, so we could go around the house replacing bulbs. When we came back into the house, some ancient alarm system was going off, letting out a shrill, shrieking noise. It took us a while to track down the alarm panel, and when we did, we couldn't figure out how to make it stop. Justin shrugged and said, "It's my house, my alarm panel." Took a hammer and bashed the alarm panel in until it stopped beeping. This would become a common thing for him with anything he wanted to remodel or replace anyways. So Justin started replacing light bulbs in the attic. I started in the basement, and we planned to meet somewhere in the middle. The basement had only 1 light fixture, and the first floor's lights were fine, so I got to the 2nd floor before Justin finished upstairs. The wooden stairs I wanted so desperately to restore led you to a small central room, about 8 feet squared, with doors to 4 bedrooms and a bathroom coming off of it, as well as the stairs to the attic behind the locking door. At the center was a very ugly 1960s ceiling fan light fixture. I flipped the light switch at the top of the stairs and the ceiling fan came on. Now the house had been abandoned for some time and the plaster on the ceiling had started to come down, so the fan comes on and starts throwing plaster and dust and paint chips everywhere. I let out a startled shout and Justin started to come running. I turned the fan off and he comes down to find me covered in dust and plaster, chuckling and saying, "I think this fan works." Justin looked at it and said, "That's an ugly fan," and jumped up and pulled it out of the ceiling. There were no wires going to the fan. They had been capped off long ago. Neither the fan nor the light fixtures should have worked, but they both did, and they both threw crap all over me. I suppose it could have been wireless, but it looked really old for being a wireless fan of some sort. So we finished putting in lights. We found a bunch of tax receipts squirreled away in one of the bedroom closets that told us that the house had been bought in the 60s from a developer by a man with the surname Gines. Tax receipts went up current to a few years before we bought the house, so we knew it had been in the Gines family for 50 years or so, but the people who had last owned the house had a different surname. In our research, we'd also discovered that they had apparently abandoned the house and let it get foreclosed upon an auction to the city, who sold it to Justin. Next, we got the paint. The house had a bunch of lead paint, so we took Justin's dogs to his mom's house for the entirety of our deep painting, donned our astronaut suits, and started scrapping out lead paint. I wish I still had pictures, but underneath underneath, we found crayon drawings from children. Nothing super creepy, but the context of finding them under the paint seemed really creepy. There were drawings of stick figures and flowers in a greenhouse that we assumed was the same one we were in. It was all fairly creepy to find under the 50-year-old lead paint. We then pulled up the linoleum in the restroom and found that, though water damaged, it was original to the house. The newspapers underneath it were dated from 1915 and detailed the sinking of the Lusitania in the United States entering the Great War. It also contained a lot of old comics and cartoons, which we thought was really a cool find. Everything was a bit damp, so we closed the windows up and left everything spread out to dry. Figured we'd come back in the morning. It was 9 or 10 p.m. by this point. Finally, as we were leaving the house that day, we went to check out the mudroom, which was sort of a lean-to built onto the rest of the house on the back, connecting the kitchen and dining room, almost like a butler's pantry. It had all sorts of ornate cabinetry in it, which we really liked. On the wall was one of those cheesy suburban mom plaques that said something like, "Jesus bless this home." Justin, being the immature person he is, laughed at it and said, "Jesus has no power to bless here," and swatted it off the wall. Instantly, and I mean instantly, it dropped 20 degrees in the house. It was enough to freak both of us out, enough that we left right then and there. I'm getting goosebumps just talking about this. I was driven to post this, I should mention, because yesterday my girlfriend and I were watching a horror movie that reminded me of everything that happened, and I had a minor breakdown and explained it all to her. So when we got back into the house the next day to resume work, it was still eerily cool in the house, which had no AC or anything yet. We went upstairs to resume work, donned our spacesuits, and headed to the bathroom to get the papers and kept scraping paint. When we got to the bathroom, we found that a window had been opened. It had rained the night before, and every single piece of newspaper had been destroyed by wind or rain. We had the windows open earlier in the night because of the whole scraping lead paint thing, but we had definitely shut them. Something had opened them back up and ruined our paper. Justin was upset but figured he'd let it open on accident. He hadn't, and we threw the ruined paper away and got back to work. Scraping the paint took a couple of days, and a couple of other creepy things happened. We uncovered more crayon drawings, and some done in what appeared to be charcoal. Heard noises downstairs a couple of times when we were both upstairs, one of which resulted in Justin grabbing his gun and heading downstairs with it drawn because he was sure someone had broken in, and a couple of more temperature and pressure changes. Eventually, we finished scraping the lead paint. Also, it occurred to me before the lead paint had come into play, but aside from mood swings and headaches, nothing had really happened as common side effects for lead poisoning. The next little bit of renovation went off without a hitch. Justin got a window air conditioner and space heater in the house by September of that year. At this point, I was still coming over several times a week to help out. Progress was slow, but it was slowly but surely becoming a livable space. With one functioning bedroom and bathroom and a mini kitchen consisting of a mini fridge and a microwave next to the bathroom, he was living there full time with his girlfriend and dogs. However, his girlfriend, who he had been dating for several years, started fighting, and they eventually broke up. Pretty mad at her for leaving him alone in his house all winter, to be honest. One day, he said that he came home and unlocked the door and didn't see the dogs, who would normally come running and tails wagging and grinning and barely let him pass the door, and they were so happy to see him. He called out for them, and no response. He set his stuff down in the kitchen and headed upstairs. In the landing space where the ceiling fan incident happened, he said he saw both dogs frozen still, hunched over, hackles raised, ready to strike, both focusing on the same spot on the wall. He tried to get them to snap out of it, but couldn't, so he shrugged it off and went upstairs to put his stuff down. Several minutes later, the dogs heard his PlayStation power up upstairs and ran up to greet him, as if that was the first time they had noticed he was home. He didn't tell me about this until later. When winter started to break, we got back to working on the house. All throughout the winter, Justin had been acting differently, suffering from depression, and I had tried to keep him company when I could instead of having him live all alone in that big, empty, creepy house. But with the warm weather, his mood seemed to lift. One day, we were out back working in the yard, laying down the foundation for a back porch and fire pit, when our friend, Mac, who was also planning on moving in and renting a room from him, started shouting from inside. We ran inside and upstairs to see what was the matter and found one of his dogs, the older pit bull named Kane, lying on the floor, not breathing and foaming at the mouth. We rushed Kane to the animal hospital, but he was dead by the time we arrived. The vet said it looked like he'd either been poisoned or eaten something poisonous, but we could never figure out what it might have been. Kane was buried at Justin's parents' house because he didn't want him buried in the house that killed him. Justin took the death of his dog hard. Kane was a little older, but Justin had had him since he was a kid, and losing him was losing one of his best friends. Work slowed on the house again, and Justin started dating a stripper in what was a very toxic relationship. She moved into the house with him and was affected very heavily by whatever was in it. Eventually, she stole $1,000 from him, and when he confronted her about it, she attacked him, punched him several times, and stabbing him with a kitchen knife. He was hospitalized and honestly seemed to do better away from her in that house, and he ultimately decided not to press charges. While he was in the hospital, she stole more stuff from him, including his TV and PlayStation. When he went back to the house, our friend Mac had gotten engaged and moved out, and he was all alone with himself, the remaining dog, and whatever evil lurked in the house. Justin asked me to move in with him, and I almost did, but every time I stepped into the second floor of the house at this point, I felt this awful, heavy, dreadful feeling, like something in there definitely didn't want me there. I ultimately declined moving in, and I really wish I hadn't. By the time winter came again, the house was pretty much livable. Justin had recovered from his stab wound and had returned to the house to find that his brothers and I had gotten a lot of work done on the house. Most of the plumbing had been replaced, and the old aluminum wiring had been changed to copper, which had gotten all of the lead paint and most of the plaster removed and replaced, and the backyard was finished, complete with the fire pit. Justin was extremely grateful. He started renting out the other 4 rooms to help fund the final bits of restoration, including a new roof and exterior paint, but had trouble keeping the rooms filled. People would often move in and move back out within a month. It was like nobody could stand living in the house. So around January, Justin is living alone in the house again, just him and his dog. I'm still coming over fairly frequently, but have found steady work and am not spending nearly as much time working on the house anymore as I had been. I'm laying in my bed one night when I get a text from Justin. Can't do this anymore. Considering ending it all. Help. I texted him back immediately saying that if he could hold out until morning, he'd be fine. I told him my doors were open if he wanted to get out of the house and asked if he needed to come over and if I could pick him up. He didn't respond. I tried calling him, but it didn't go through. I eventually wound up going to sleep. The next day, I wake up to a missed call from him. I try to call him back, and the call goes to voicemail. I decide to go over and check up on him later before work. I'm eating breakfast when a text comes in. I don't still have the text saved, but I can remember exactly what it said. From Justin, 11:30 a.m. I'm not a baby. I just don't want to deal anymore. Tell everyone I'm sorry and I love them. Come get Finn, the other dog. Give him love. Take care of him. There's a note on the phone. Give to my parents. And sell this house. I texted him back. Justin, what are you talking about? You're scaring me. 2 or 3 more times before running over to check on him. He had not responded. Arriving, I found that Finn had been put out in the backyard and was very happy to see me. I don't remember how I got into the house because of adrenaline, but I'm pretty sure I kicked the back door in and ran inside calling for Justin. I found him hanging from his neck by a chain on those stairs I wanted to restore so bad. Sure enough, his phone was next to him on the stairs. He was blue in the face, but still conscious. His eyes wide open and his blue lips mouthing, "Help me." It was terrifying. Justin isn't a small guy. It took a lot of work just lifting him up enough that he could breathe again. Again, I don't know how I lifted him enough that he could get his neck out of that chain, but I managed it somehow. Again, adrenaline is a crazy drug, I guess. He sat on the floor gasping for air, and massaging his neck as color returned to his face while I asked him what he was doing over and over again. Finally, he said, "Let's get Taco Bell. I need to get out of this house." Justin wound up moving out of the house before nightfall and going back to live with his parents. As far as I know, the house is still sitting there empty. He doesn't want to sell it because he doesn't want someone else to have to deal with whatever's in that house. I think he plans on tearing it down and using the land for something else, but the city has the land zoned residential, so who knows how long that'll take. He's now living in an apartment with his new fiancée and their 1-year-old kid, which tells you how long ago this was. Finn is still alive and well, and Kane is sorely missed. I used to drive by the house all the time, as it's on a somewhat major thoroughfare just off the highway, and I've been avoiding it as of late. I haven't stepped foot in the house for more than a year now, and I'm glad of that. Whatever's living in there clearly wants to be left alone. Doing some research on the house, we discovered that the owner, Mr. Gines, was actually the grandfather of someone we went to high school with. When we asked him about it, he said that his grandpa took his own life in his bedroom on the 2nd floor in 2007.
Biore blemish patches. Absorb toxin oil. They're visible results.
When I was 14, I spent every other weekend at my dad's house after my parents divorced. My bedroom there was down a long hallway and was the last room on the left. My dad's and stepmom's room was across the hallway from mine to the right side. It was around 11:30 p.m. and I was lying in bed watching TV with the bedroom door open. Out of nowhere, this horrible feeling came over me, and I felt completely terrified. I felt that something was in the doorway and staring at me from the dark hallway. I had never been this scared in my life before. I couldn't even move. It was this dark, heavy, and oppressive feeling that just kept hitting me in waves. I couldn't physically see anything, but I knew 100% that something was there. It was blocking me from getting to my dad even if I could move. This went on for about 15 to 20 minutes. I then felt it move over to my window on the right side of my room. I felt whatever it was now watching me through the window. I started to hear faint scratching from my window. I began to pray. I had been trying to pray, but for some reason it was difficult. It was hard to get the words out, let alone think them. I finally felt safe enough to run out of my room and across to my dad's and wake him up. I told him I felt like something was outside my window. He got up and searched around the whole outside of the house and found nothing. I was still so shaken up it was hard to fall asleep. I finally did at around 4 a.m. In the morning, I called my mom and told her what had happened. I actually started to cry when telling her. Something had been in my room that was terrifying and full of hatred. It was, and still is, very hard to explain. Fast forward about 2 years, I'm hanging out with my mom and older sister. I'm 16 now, and my sister is 24. Something in the conversation made me start talking about that night. My mom and sister started acting all weird and giving each other looks. I kept repeating, "What? What? Why were they acting so strange?" My mom finally says, "Well, we didn't want to tell you before because we didn't want to scare you more. But your sister called me that same morning before you and said something evil had visited her that night too." My sister says the same thing happened to her. A dark presence woke her up at about 1 a.m. She woke up with the feeling that something was on her chest. She told it loud, "You are not welcome here," and began to pray. She says she actually saw a black mass fly up above her, and it was then flung backwards out of the window. It scared my mom and sister both and was truly unexplainable, but also had confirmed that something very real had visited us the same night. Thinking back on my phone conversation that morning with my mom, I then understood why she seemed so spooked and weirded out when I told her about my experience. I had been expecting her to say something along the lines of, "It just gave her agitation." My family and I are not deeply religious. We attend church regularly, but the only way to make this thing go away was to pray. Writing this all out has actually made me all jumpy and given me a stomachache. I'd say that's enough for now. I also got off of work and had been reading of people say it was sleep paralysis. For one, I don't really mind if anyone wants to think it was. I realize in rereading my post again by myself saying I could have really didn't seem that way. I apologize. I just want to clarify, prior to this incident, I had experienced sleep paralysis before, as well as after. I know what it feels like. You aren't able to move, cry out, or even wiggle your fingers or toes. You're awake, but your body will not respond to what you want it to do. This was not that. I was very much awake and alert, sitting propped up on pillows in bed. I had full control over my body. I was frozen in fear and didn't move much or yell out because I felt it would come rushing straight at me. I did make small movements, I remember, grabbing my blankets, turning my head to the side when I moved to my window, then taking my run for it. So I was at work last month. I had my phone with me as usual. I know I had it because I and my boss were working in an apartment building fixing a toilet that was leaking into the unit below. We were using our phones to communicate, flush the toilet, turn on the tub and sink, and shut it off. When done, I set my phone with my unused tools, cigarette string, all the important stuff kept together. About an hour later, my boss gets a phone call from my phone. Someone found it laying in the middle of the street, close to our office, about 10 miles away in another city. I'm two witnesses to this. We are all baffled. This is not an experience that happened to me personally, but I was 7 or 8 when it happened to my mom. So some backstory that isn't necessarily important, but could help give some insight to me and my mom. When I was younger, my dad traveled a lot. He would fly out on a Sunday afternoon and fly back in on Friday night. He was gone most of the week, every week, with a rare exception otherwise. So it was mostly just me and my mom in the house. One night, it was about 2 to 3 a.m., and we heard a knock on the door. My mom was really confused and was hesitant to open it, but she did because it was officers, so she thought maybe something had happened to my dad. I remember standing behind my mom, and the officer explained that they had picked up this old lady that was wandering around the roads in her late 80s, and they had told the officers that her name was W, the same as my mom's, her date of birth, same as my mom's, and gave the officer our home address as well. My mother was in her late 30s at the time, and both my grandmothers were relatively young in their mid-50s or early 60s. We don't have a history of early onset dementia, so we were really confused. I remember my mom asking the officer if she could speak to the lady. She thought maybe it was a family friend or something that was in trouble. She went outside, and I stayed by the door, and she came back, pale as a ghost, and about to cry. I asked her who it was, and she said it was no one. We should go back to bed. She told the officer this as well, and said that she was sorry the lady had wasted his time. I don't want to explain that I remember the police lights shining through the windows. I remember the knock. I remember the officer talking to my mom. That next morning, my mom seemed off. My mother was always cheery and a perpetually happy person, but that morning she was not, and I wrote it off as she was tired from the previous night. When I was about 14 or 15, it crossed my mind again, and I asked her about it. She said she remembered it, and the lady in the back of the police car was her grandmother, my great-grandmother, Odina. This would not be so strange, but I never met Odina. She died 6 months to the day I was born. I was born on the 7th of January, 89. She had died on the 7th of July, 88. I asked her if she actually spoke to her. She said she did. She had just wanted to check on her and see me. My mom was her favorite grandchild, and we had several trinkets in her house that she gave Mom. Mom is a very practical person and honestly does not believe in the paranormal at all. I'm not really sure how she justified it all these years, but she swears that night she spoke to her grandmother in the back of that cop car. I thought maybe I had dreamed it, but before I posted it here, I called her to verify this did in fact happen, and it wasn't my weird little brain making it up at the time. Another odd thing was that the cop just left and we never saw him again. I was never quite sure what to make of this, since it was a spirit in his back seat. The whole thing was some spiritual, paranormal thing. But my skeptic of a mother was happy it did happen, since she never got to say goodbye to her grandmother. Back in 1991, I lived in a fairly large house with friends and like a shared toiletry. The house was over 3 stories, and the basement used to be servants' quarters, and the old servants' bell was still attached to the wall. I've always seen things and felt spirits since being really young, but hadn't really felt anything in the house for months. It was party central most of the time, so there were lots of people coming and going. Music was always playing. It was a great place to live when you just leave your teenage years and don't have any cares in the world. After a few months of sleeping alone in the basement, I had my first encounter. It was so unexpected, I thought someone was playing tricks on me. I was in my room and heard someone shouting my name a few times. After calling back and getting no answer, I searched the other 3 rooms to see if someone was joking around. Then, when walking back into my room, I heard someone say my name from behind me. I stopped, frozen for a second while all my senses screamed at me. I knew 100% I was alone down there. I turned on my heels and ran to the stairs, and then, in my peripheral, I saw a black mass moving alongside me on the outside of the staircase. I ran as fast as my dead-weight legs could take me. I was quite hysterical, and with my friend up on the top floor instantly knew I'd experienced something terrifying. I couldn't go back down there. I had to have friends come down with me to get my things, as I was so scared. After sleeping on the sofa for weeks, I decided it was going to be great going back to my old room. I just couldn't cope sleeping near the kitchen and having housemates wake me at the crack of dawn with their breakfast munching. I had been back in my room for a couple of nights when I heard shuffling coming into my room. I thought it was my friend's old dog, who seemed to like coming down to my room with food. I told him to leave, but he just ignored me. I called his name again. Nothing. Just silence. I sat up and looked around, but he wasn't there. Laying back down, I grabbed my book and I tried to dismiss it. I then heard quiet snoring coming from the bottom of my bed, which got louder. It was a deep rattle type of snoring. I sat up and scooped up my duvet and marched quickly upstairs to the sofa. I eventually nodded off and told my housemates the next day. They were trying to find reasonable explanations, even saying the sounds of a seagull could have carried itself down the closed chimney to the bottom of my bed. After another week of sofa sprawling, I moved into a room opposite the kitchen. I had a bed sofa and TV my friend had left there, so it was really cozy and I felt safe. Weeks passed, and then one Sunday afternoon, I sat watching TV. I could hear someone whistling to the advert tune on the TV. Then the advert ended, but the whistling didn't. After a few minutes, I started to find the whistle sounds annoying. Then it got louder and closer, and it was in my room with me. I just freaked out and ran to a friend who was sleeping in the room directly above me. I woke her and asked her to come down to my room with me. She agreed as she could see how concerned I was. We went back to my room with her boyfriend in tow. The whistling had stopped, and I eventually spoke out and dared to do it while others were present, instead of making me seem crazy and neurotic. After a few minutes, it started again, quietly at first and then raising in volume, like it had gained more energy in its momentum. My friend's boyfriend swiftly left the room, saying, "Sod this," leaving me and my mate staring at each other with blank faces. My friend spoke out, "Why don't you just leave her alone?" Then I realized it was whistling a tune, and my brain scrambled quickly trying to figure out what it was. My friend stood up, quite scared at this point, telling me to come on. I said, "No, wait. Oh my God. Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? The big bad wolf, the big bad wolf." Yeah, I didn't stay after that. And we, my friend, her boyfriend, and myself, managed to move into a vacant flat next door the very same day. A new tenant in the house was very animated and excited to hear what I'd experienced, and she said she hoped she'd see something there. Then within a couple of months, she was screaming the house down after she saw a suited man in the basement who leaned against the doorway, folded his arms, and smirked at her. I wish I'd got someone in to help clear the house, as I do worry that someone moving in may have children use the basement for a play area. I still can't bear to hear whistling near me. I work at a funeral home in Florida. Part of my job is that I go on removal calls, which is exactly what you hoped isn't. Dead bodies don't bother me, the young people. Plus, the fit guy they have. So if we get a removal call for someone of any decent size, or in a house that can be awkward to maneuver in, they send me and one of my coworkers to bring the deceased back to the morgue or crematorium. Anyways, early this morning, my phone rings and I get asked to remove a man from his home town over. I get dressed and head out, and by 3 a.m. I'm riding in a hearse down the creepiest dirt road in the creepiest hammock with the creepiest fog that I've ever seen. Even though the moon was 3/4 full, it was super cloudy. There was absolutely no light. I don't know why, but pine trees and palmetto just give me the creeps anyways, so I was already kind of edgy. Eventually, and I do mean eventually, we got to this old brick cabin. I know we weren't actually very far out, but just the general vibe of the destination made it feel like we were a good 30 miles from any point of civilization, or 20 miles from the nearest Taco Bell. We get out, and my coworker, Al, knocks on the door. Now, Al has been a funeral director since long before I came aboard, somewhere around 25 years or so. He's as old as he is short, as he is round, and by this point he's pretty much seen it all, so I tend to just follow him. He knocks on the door once, twice, 3 times, with no answer. He asks me to go around and see if I can spot anybody through the windows. I walk around this entire house, and the first thing I notice is that all the blinds are open and all the lights are on, but there's nobody in there, not a soul in sight. I report my findings to Al, and when he reassures me that we do in fact have the right house, I suggest we call them and let them know we're here. He responds by taking a short moment to consider my opinion, before opening the door and waddling inside like the trooper he is. I'm obviously not thrilled with the idea of going to someone's house unannounced, but I followed anyway because they were expecting us, given that they called us and all. Besides, I was getting more creeped out by the minute and didn't want to be left alone. The front door led to the laundry room for some reason, and from there we make our way through the kitchen, living room, and dining room. All the while, Al is calling out to absolutely no response. The only sounds in the house was a baby monitor on the dining room table, which emitted constant static, as well as echoing Al's shouts from the other end of the house. Eventually, we made our way up to the hallway. I called it the hallway because once we reached it, the entire house completely changed. Up until this point, every room had been well lit with very warm lighting, pleasantly decorated and nice and roomy. It was actually really inviting. Once you got to the hallway, however, it becomes very dim, completely plain, and so cramped that Al had to turn sideways to make it through. And that entire half of the house was like this. It's like they just gave up on building halfway through. I feel the need to draw so much attention to this because it was just such a sudden, abrupt, and massive change from the rest of the house. My first thought was that this half was just an add-on, but no. The front door was in the middle of the hallway. Everybody just used the laundry room door because it was closer to the gate and easier to maneuver through. Plus, the only very thin bathroom was on this end of the house. It was weird. Anyways, when we got to the hallway, Al lets out one more hello. Right on cue, a cowboy materializes just around the corner and speed walks towards us with a huge smile on his face, coming to shake our hands. He welcomes us and leads us to the very back of the house, into a tiny bedroom with one tiny lamp on the corner, lighting the whole room. In this room was the cowboy, his mother, his deceased father, and the father's nurse. It was here that I noticed the other baby monitor, the one that was picking up Al's shouts and playing it back on the other side of the dining room, but nothing else. Which means they could hear us calling to them, but nobody said anything the entire time. And the cowboy didn't move until a solid 45 seconds later when he sped walked into the hallway. Anyways, we chatted for a few minutes, and when a puppy came up to me, the mother let me know that her name was Precious. This is noteworthy because it was the only time I saw the woman move. In fact, when I first came into the room, she was blankly staring at a wall, and I initially mistook her for the person we were here to remove. It's also worth mentioning that she just disappeared at some point during the removal. Like 1 minute she was there, and when I took my eyes off of her for a second, both she and Precious were gone. I was standing in the only doorway, and I don't remember either one walking past me. That was the last time I saw either of them, though as we were halfway through the hallway on our way out, I could hear Precious barking from somewhere in the house. So we eventually got to work. The hallway is too short for the cop to turn the corner, so Al, the nurse, and myself carry the man down the hallway. Eventually we make it, and the rest of the removal goes smoothly. One thing that kind of unsettled me, though, was the cowboy. While it's not uncommon for a family to stay in the room as we move the body onto the cot, most of the time they chose to leave, or at least back up. It's not ugly per se, but it's just not very pretty to watch a recently departed loved one get manhandled onto a stretcher by two extremely out-of-shape men. The cowboy, however, stayed right on top of us, smiling and talking about building a fence the entire time. It wasn't weird in the moment, but looking back, it just felt off. From that point, once we got out of the hallway, the rest of the removal went off without a hitch. We made it back to the funeral home, and Al starts preparing to embalm. If he found the whole situation as weird as I did, he sure didn't show it. The whole thing was just totally bizarre and felt off, like I said. My little brother wants me to go back tonight and see if the house is still there. I've got a feeling that the man we picked up first set foot in that house yesterday, no older than I am now. Honestly, I wouldn't really be surprised if my boss never actually got a phone call, but just dreamt it and then woke up with her found in her hands, already dialing me. Either way, they came in to make arrangements this afternoon, so hopefully I get another story to tell from the funeral itself. So my aunt and uncle went on a week-long vacation and asked me to come feed the dog every day. They live 15 minutes away in the middle of the countryside, but it's actually on my way to work, so I said yes. I usually go there at 8 a.m., feed the dog, check if the house is okay, come back at 6 p.m. and feed him again. Yesterday I had more time as I had a day off from work, so I stayed there throughout the day to play with the dog. At lunchtime I go inside and decide to eat a salad, so I take out all of the ingredients and lastly go into the bowl cabinet and open it. Now, my uncles have a 6-piece set of white porcelain bowls and one red and blue bowl I have made for them when I was little. It's ugly, but of course has a lot of emotional value, so they've kept it all these years, and I always use it when I eat with them. Bowl was not there, though. It's a bit of a tradition for me to use it, so I start looking for it. I take out each and every bowl out of the small cabinet, but nothing else is in there. I open the dishwasher, open the cabinets, trash, everything. I opened and searched every single piece of furniture in the kitchen. It was not there. I must have looked for it for 30 minutes or so because I was afraid that they had broken into or thrown it away, and it was very important to me. Anyway, I eventually put the white bowls in the cabinet and used another one for the salad. I was kind of sad, but that was it, and I didn't tell my uncles because I didn't want to bother them. Fast forward to this morning at 8 a.m. I go to feed the dog and then enter the house and enter the kitchen to grab some water and be on my way. As I finish the glass of water, I stare at the bowl cabinet, which is made of wood and glass, and I see a glimpse of red. I open it, and sure enough, that bowl was there, put sideways at the upper side as my aunt always put it in when she washes it, just sitting there. I wasn't scared or anything, but I just stood there staring at it for minutes. Like, what in the name of the Lord has happened? Absolutely no one else is entering the house these past couple of days. It's completely empty, and I'm the only one with the keys right now. The dog is not allowed inside, and I search for signs of robbery, but nothing's missing. Though I doubt a thief would mess with the bowls. not in there. I'm active duty Air Force, and I was PCSing from Las Vegas to Georgia. I had one of my girlfriends drive with me because it was just my 6-month-old son and me, and that's a super long drive alone. Anyways, we left Vegas way later than I wanted. We were supposed to make it to Albuquerque that first night. My goal was to be off the road by 8 p.m., but we didn't leave Vegas until about 1:30 p.m., and with a baby that still took bottles and was in diapers, you can imagine how that goes. So we were driving through Nowhere, Arizona at like 10:30 p.m., and it's late and kind of scary. No cell reception or random little towns for miles. My friend and I are BSing about random stuff, and it gets eerily silent between the both of us, like chills and hair sticking up in the back of my neck. She said, "I don't want you to think I'm weird, but I just had a vision, and there's something on the side of your car by your son's window." Before she said that, I could feel something trying to get me to look out my mirror and window, but I kept my eyes on the road. She said, "I don't know what this is or what the feeling is, but it's truly evil, and I could feel it too." Thankfully, I had one of those things in my window to keep the sun off my son, so it was blacked out, so my son wouldn't have been able to see anything. But I started driving faster and stopped at the next town because I was so shaken up by that encounter, or whatever that was. I just wanted to be inside my hotel room. I parked underneath the light in the parking lot and grabbed some diapers and formula and left everything in the car. I went back out the next morning and everything was fine, but I couldn't shake that feeling that night. My friend couldn't either. Now I'm in my 30s. I've been in combat situations, so I wasn't just being a girl, but whatever feeling that was, I don't ever want to feel it again. After doing some research, it could have been a skinwalker. It was definitely in the right area. What are your thoughts? I was around the age of 15 when the story took place, and yes, as I have stated before, these are true events that have happened throughout my life. A little backstory. My mother and father at this time had been divorced for a good 4 or 5 years now. So, she was a single mother raising 3 kids on her own, as my father was never really in the picture. She had no easy job, to say the least. My mother, after my siblings and I went to bed and she was off work, decided to take an hour or so to herself and get on the computer. She, of course, like the time in the late 90s, internet and chat rooms were the big thing, and well, my mom enjoyed talking and sharing her thoughts with those who seemed to be like-minded people. Fast forward a year. I'm 15, and my mother had many friends, and one of the lucky few my mother actually talked to on a personal level was named John. Actually, a quick small note. His name wasn't John, but I feel it a bit weird using his real name, and it's more so out of respect for him, and you'll see why. John, you see, was dying, and he was in a wheelchair. He had terminal cancer that spread throughout his body. He was only using 10% of his lungs. He had lost his legs to this terrible illness, and being online was his way of being social, as he couldn't get out much. He also kept his illness to himself, only to confide in a few, like my mother and others. So my mom and John would talk a lot about things, and when he had a bad day or my mom had a bad day, they would try to cheer each other up by virtual dancing in chat rooms to the WAV sounds they played. Yes, weird, and yes, I typed WAV sounds before MP3s. Oh, and I should mention that every time John would send an instant message and say hello, he would send her the image of the @ sign, a couple of hyphens, an arrow, and a couple of hyphens, and a comma. He would also tell my mother, no matter where he was, he would always watch over my mom and her angels. 2 days passed, and my mother hadn't heard from her friend. She was concerned, but not too concerned, as, again, her friend probably was busy with other matters. On the 3rd day, one of his relatives instant messaged her and told her the sad news that John had passed away due to complications of his illness. He also wanted his relative to give her this, and he typed out that rose and those symbols that he would send, which, by the way, still found a way to give her a rose even in his passing. Now, of course, Mom wasn't quick to believe, so she did some investigating, and yes, in fact, she found John's obituary, and in that fact, my mom cried. Another small note. One of my mother's hobbies is painting, and she had shared many of her paintings with him through email, and John loved them. This is where things get weird. 3 days later, I am sitting on the couch watching TV in the living room. My sister and brother are in bed, and my mom is on the computer in the living room, off on the other side of the room. It's quiet, and then, in the front room of our home, that my mother called her studio, we hear a loud thud. Now, we both stop what we were doing and look at each other with that, "Did you hear what I heard?" look. I just slowly nod. We were in the country in the Outer Banks of North Carolina, and I don't know what my mom was thinking, but I was afraid that someone was in the house. Then I found myself saying to my mom, "Maybe it's a mouse." I probably did this to help my mom feel better and at the same time trying to calm myself down. I knew, though, that for a mouse to make that big of a thud, it had to be one of those rats from the movie or the book The Princess Bride. You know, R-O-U-S. Mom gets up from the computer, walks over to the closet, and grabs one of my old metal softball bats that she named Bubba and headed toward her studio. I follow. When stuff like this happened, I tend to make jokes, calling it a coping mechanism. So I comically pictured someone watching this scene on TV, throwing popcorn at the screen, shouting not to open the door and calling us dumb. So yes, dumb as we were, my mom opens the door, quickly flips on the light, bat held high and ready to hit whomever was in her studio. I watched as she lowered the bat as there was no one there. It was a small studio, so you could clearly see everything in the room. Window, etc. was locked. Nothing. I watched my mother look around and then her eyes stop on something, and the look on her face was easily described as pure confusion. I follow her gaze to a painting face down on the floor halfway across the room. Her eyes then moved to look behind her, to see her easel which had that painting on it before. I only know that the painting was on it because out of my mother's mouth was, "I left my painting on the easel before I made dinner. How did it get over there?" She looks at me for answers as we stare back at the painting across the room. Right. Weird. I had no words, and I watched as my mother moved over to her painting, picked it up, inspected it for damage, seeing none, and just put it back on the easel. We don't say any more about it that night, and I go to bed, and she does too. So on the next day, my mom and I say nothing about what happened the night before, and we go on about our days. Again, that night, Mom's on the computer, I'm in my room. I hear a loud thud coming from the living room where my mom was. This time, my siblings and I run to see if my mom was okay, afraid she might have fallen or something. We found Mom staring down at a painting that had been on the wall for years now on the floor. Her face said it all. While she was busy doing her thing on the computer, the painting somehow just fell off the wall. I, again, to make people feel better, said, "Oh, Mom, it was bound to happen. The nail probably just moved or something. Nothing to worry about." Relief filled my mom's face as she agreed. My siblings went back to bed, and my mother, of course, asked me to put the painting back up on the wall, which I said I would do, and, well, won't lie, I forgot about it that night and left it on the floor. My mother that night, before bed, decided to leave it on the floor to teach me a lesson, and see if I would remember to put it back up on the wall the next day. To my mother's delight, the painting was back up on the wall the very next morning, and she was proud of herself and her parenting skills as her plan worked. Her darling daughter actually put the painting back on the wall like she had asked. So she found me out in my room and said, "Honey, I want to thank you for putting the painting back on the wall." I looked at her, and my face looked odd as I said, "Mom, I didn't put the painting on the wall. I'm sorry, I forgot about it, actually." Mom laughs a little. "Stop joking like that." "I'm not joking, Mom. I didn't put the painting back on the wall," I reply, and now I'm just confused as she is. The only other person who would be able to put the heavy picture back on the wall was my sister, because my brother was too little at the time. So my mom goes to my sister, who was in the living room, and asks her, "Hey, dear, did you get on a chair and put the painting back up on the wall?" My sister looked at her and shook her head. "No, Mom." Now my mom is thinking us kids got together to play a horrible joke on her, which we assure her we didn't. We watch over us anymore. Go into the light. Yeah, we thought Mom had lost it. I just stared at her, and so did my siblings. Funny thing, though, after she said that, nothing like that happened again. Who knows if it was John or maybe something else. I just know it was really weird. I was 18 at the time. I haven't left the island where I live. Halloween is coming soon. All I want to do is go on a paranormal investigation at a real hard location and maybe see a real spirit. I'm talking to my cousin, Mom, everyone that I'm close to. I want to do this, go hunting, and I want to see a spirit. Halloween comes and goes. It's nothing. You don't go on the investigation. Instead, I go with my siblings to my cousin's house to hang out. I'm disappointed, but oh well, next year, right? 2 days later, my mother, sister, and brother and I are in the living room watching a movie. The movie ends, my brother and sister head to bed. I stay with Mom on the couch to watch another movie. We both fall asleep halfway through, when I am woken up by this overwhelming masculine but feminine smell in my nose. It was as if someone tried to drown me in perfume and cologne at the same time. I blink awake and then peer over at the TV to see a very tall white mist blocking the TV in front of the coffee table. The light of the TV gives sense a glow when I stare at it. I blink again, rubbing my eyes to make sure I am seeing what I am seeing, and my body is frozen in a mixture of emotions, fear, excitement, and confusion. I know my mom is asleep on the other end of the couch, so without my eyes looking away from this white mist, I gently kick my mom in the leg, when she startles awake and blinks. I whisper, "Tell me you see that mist." My mother's confused, but she looks at me and then toward what I am staring at. She replies after a moment's silence, "I don't see anything." My heart sinks, and I'm now thinking I've gone insane. Whatever I am seeing isn't real, and then I hear from my mom, "You really need to learn not to put on so much perfume." If it wasn't for the fact this comment made me feel relieved I wasn't going insane, I would have been very annoyed with the woman. The mist didn't move, just stayed there in a straight column of white. I whisper back to my mother, "I'm not wearing perfume. It's not me. It's the mist in front of the TV." At the same time I say this, the mist moves. It rather glides forward towards me and disappears. I don't know about Mom, but I had a hard time sleeping the rest of the night. The story takes place during the summer between my sophomore year and junior years of high school. I'm 5'4" male, Hispanic, with certain parts of my hair dyed blue in the front, so not very threatening, at least that's what I thought. I'm an introvert. Because of it, a lot of people take quietness and occasional witty remarks as a sign of malice, rather than the defense mechanism it is. Let's be honest, kids are mean. In truth, I don't hate anyone, but when you get hurt enough by enough people, you tend to limit how many people you let in. To my friends, I'm an open book. But yeah, despite my pacifist philosophy and the value I see in all forms of life, both human and non-human, I'm still the guy that gets all the weird soccer jokes and accusations. In 8th grade, my own guidance counselor targeted me as a potential threat because I sat alone at lunch. That's what I'm doing at the time. Every guy I talked to calls me gay and makes fun of me because my almost romantic with legitimate respect for women and sensitive human feelings. And I'm a heartless jerk just trying to get laid. In other words, I pride myself on being the kind of guy that I am, which is what makes the story feel so much worse than it already is. I had a falling out with a girl who was supposed to be my best friend, let's call her E, right at the end of 10th grade. My friends are the people I care about, the ones who I'm there for, and the ones who are there for me. She didn't want that, she just wanted something surface level. I was crushed after not just losing my second half, but essentially finding out she was never really there to begin with. And so, eventually, in order to keep my emotions in check, I spiraled into a bit of a depression. My grades had suffered during the school year because of the anxiety my so-called friend caused me, and it always felt like I was walking on eggshells. started and I didn't have the daily routine holding my life together, I just kind of stopped. Part of me was relieved to have the weight of a toxic friendship lifted from me, but I still felt so empty inside, so alone. I had always been an outcast, so feeling like I was special to someone was a big deal to me, and it was devastating. I didn't draw like I usually do. I rarely went outside. I even got sick more often. I kind of just moped around the house. Emotions are like a drug or salty food. They can be addictive, and even if they're bad, you'll keep trying to recreate them. When you're depressed or feel anything, if you make yourself sad, at least you're feeling something. One day I was doing just that, reviving the pain by sliding through old photos on my phone. For Eve's birthday, I had made a video in which I got a bunch of people to hold up lyrics to the song, My Life Would Suck Without You by Kelly Clarkson, as the song played over Eve now. The photo app has this feature on it that allows you to see where pictures and videos were taken on the world map. Laying on the couch, I got curious and pulled up the map to see where everybody who had helped me with the video was. Harmless, right? Then I noticed that one girl who would help me, let's call her Harper, lived within Washington town. I had met Harper in the 6th grade, but we were never all that close. I admit I had a little crush on her in middle school, but it was mainly because it was probably just because she felt sorry for me. We didn't have anything in common, and it always seemed like I was invisible to her. She was sweet, but she just saw right through me. I had gotten over any feelings for her a while ago, but she would still say hi, and it would soften a blue moon. I would like to reiterate that I did not go searching on the web for her address or follow her home. I just happened to notice she was using the app, along with several other people. It could have been anything. For a few days, I actually forgot about it completely, trying to distract myself from any thought of you by watching YouTube and clicking stupid memes. It wasn't until almost a week later that I remembered. Now, this is something that only fellow misfits will understand, and it drives my mother absolutely crazy when it happens. When I see someone I know in public, I tend to wander around them and wait for them to notice me. I don't want to go up and say hi to someone who would rather I drop dead than have to talk to me. If they speak up first, I know I'm in the clear. It's stupid, I know. I just don't want to overstep and embarrass myself. If your company is rejected by most people, a simple hello, someone going out of their way to talk to you, can really add to your confidence booster. It's nice to feel wanted in one way or another, and after I tried to be the best friend I could for Eve, I still wasn't good enough. Well, you see where this is going. Keep in mind, this was North Carolina in the middle of June. I wasn't about to walk half a mile there in the middle of the day. I don't want to walk throughout the neighborhood every night, so my parents really wouldn't suspect anything. I guess that should have been my first clue. That was keeping my plan for them. Down, I knew something about what I was doing wasn't right. It was about 9:30 p.m. when I set out. I actually took a few wrong turns before getting to her street. As I walked down, I had this sudden heavy feeling in my throat, but I chalked it up to nerves. It wasn't until I came to the actual house itself that it all began to set in. What exactly was my plan? To walk past their house and hope someone would notice me. Just then, I saw a car pull into the driveway, and Harper's brother stepped out. He paused, gave me a puzzled look, and walked inside. That first thing really hit me. Feeling. Inside a house of a girl that I barely knew in the middle of the night. I can make all the excuses I want, that I wasn't thinking straight or that my emotions clouded my brain, but truthfully, I knew this was screwed up. My mind knew full well that this was not okay, and I just ignored it. I wanted to go, and when I was about to step out of there, I saw someone step out of the door. It was their mother. I tried to act as casual as possible. She didn't ask me if I was making people uncomfortable, and she asked if I was lost or needed help or something. I made up some nonsense story about having a faulty compass. I just happened to have one with me, and by some miracle, she bought it, or at least acted like it. She was very pleasant, considering what her kids must have thought and said before she came out. Once she was inside, I ran home. I panicked as the reality of what I had done hit me in a wave. I didn't tell anyone what really happened, not my friends, not my parents. I told everyone else it was a coincidence and thought that if I just played it off, nothing would come of it. It's been several months, and Harper blocked me as I discovered when I tried to text her about something completely unrelated. We have the same first period every other day, and she avoids me like the plague. I ended up leaving her a voicemail as my final attempt in reconciling not even a friendship. Something like this. Hey, it's me. If you're listening, then please just listen. I know I screwed up. I was a jerk and then a liar and a hypocrite, and probably a few other things. You have no reason to trust me or listen to me. There's a lot of people over the past few years, and I'm sorry you've only gotten bits and pieces of some of the worst ones. There was something I wanted to talk to you about concerning that, but as I have realized, there's probably a lot I've done to warrant an explanation. I'm not trying to justify anything and make excuses. There's just a lot wrong that I've been trying to right recently. But let's get back to me if it doesn't make you feel uncomfortable. I won't bug you if you don't. Just think about it, please. Okay, thank you. Bye. She never responded. I feel awful. I know there's nothing I can do to fix this. It will forever be a stain on my timeline that I can never take away. I was always an insignificant part of her life, and I know that. I was okay with only being a footnote in the story. I just wish it didn't have to be a bad one. Harper, if you're hearing this, I never meant to scare you. What I did was unacceptable, and I'm sorry. This is my dad's story. It's one of many my pops told me growing up. My dad is from the city south of the Mexican capital, and let's just say my father's childhood was quite colorful to say the least. This city alone contains 365 churches, one for every day of the year, and the great majority built in the days of the conquistadors. So, they're pretty old. My father is the third of 14 kids. No, seriously. And those were the children that actually survived. This was Mexico back in the mid to late 70s, and this was very common. In the particular area that my father is from, he remembers how city officials would hold competitions to see what mother had the most children. He clearly remembers one woman having 22 living children. Mind you, this was Mexico back in the day, and Catholic down to the bone, so birth control was out of the question. Since my father was the third oldest child, and as a boy he was deemed old enough to help provide for his younger siblings. Again, this is Mexico in the 70s. There was no such thing as child labor laws. I'll call my father Andreas in this case for the sake of anonymity. So one day, Andreas' father wakes up 12-year-old Andreas around 4 in the morning and tells him, "Get up, you're going to help Senor Manuel with his groundskeeping duties at such and such church. And you start helping provide for your brothers and sisters." Andreas had no idea his father had made such arrangements, but did as he was told, albeit begrudgingly. Because this was a time when if you didn't do as you were told, you got beat. And I don't mean just a simple spanking, I mean beating blue. It was late fall, early winter, and since Andreas and his family were poor, the closest thing he had to a coat was the blanket on his bed. Senor Manuel was already waiting for Andreas outside, and since it was cold weather, the sun wasn't even peeking in the horizon yet. So here was Andreas, letting the beer from his eyes, grumpy that he had to be up so early and in the cold to help out with his brothers and sisters, when suddenly Senor Manuel spoke up. "Listen, kid, I only agreed to this to help out your father, but you're going to get in my way more than you would help, so go into the church and do whatever you want, just stay out of my way." Andreas perked up at the sound of this. His father was still going to get a little money to help out with his siblings, and he didn't have to do any of the work. This was the best deal ever, so he thought. When they arrived, because they walked there, Senor Manuel unlocked the old wooden doors to the church and told Andreas to lay down in one of the pews and keep out of trouble. Andreas happily wrapped himself up into his blanket and curled up on one of the pews in the old dark church. The only light was from the candles that were stacked about the church and in the old wood and rock iron candelabrum. Andreas quickly fell asleep. After some time, something woke Andreas up. He wasn't sure how long that he had been asleep, but he couldn't help but feel that eyes were watching him. He peeked up from under his blanket and screened the area. His eyes were drawn to a darkened doorway to the left of the altar, and the moment he realized what he was looking at, the air was sucked from his lungs and his whole body ran cold. There in the dark doorway was the pictures of 3 men. Andreas couldn't believe what he was seeing and rubbed his eyes like crazy, thinking it was just a trick of the light. But they were all right there. The men were dressed in clothes we recognized, but in clothes that looked to be from hundreds of years ago. Their faces were dark and angry, and they kept making gestures at him as they were going to hurt him. Andreas didn't know what to do. He was frozen in fear and terror, so he covered his face in his blanket and began to pray. He keeps wanting out and is relieved to see the men are gone, and somehow he falls back asleep. After some time passes, Andreas, who is a very light sleeper, wakes up again. That feeling of being watched snatches him awake. He opens his eyes again, and to his horror, the men have returned, and they're actually standing outside the doorway now. Their clothes are old, and their faces are full of hate at the sight of him. They make gestures at him that they want to hurt him, and one of them gives a dark smile that scares him more than the violent death would. The smiling man gestures for Andreas to look up, and when Andreas does, a scream clogs up his throat but dies on his lips. There, from one of the old wooden chandeliers, hangs Senor Manuel, and his entire body had been skinned beside his face. This is the only recognizable feature. He pinches himself and pinches himself in the hope that he is dreaming, but he isn't. Andreas hears a creaking sound behind him and notices a sliver of sunlight creeping on the floor of the church, and before his mind could register what his body was doing, he bolted from his place and ran out the open door and didn't look back. Andreas hears someone calling his name, but refuses to look back. It is indeed the real groundskeeper, alive and well, but Andreas was too frightened to look back. After that day, he refused to go into or anywhere near that church until he was around 18 years old. By that time, the church was mostly unused and borderline abandoned. He went into that church, went into that doorless room which led to some stone steps that went down into a type of basement. The room was windowless and empty. Andreas made himself stand there for an hour to prove to himself that he was not afraid anymore and that what he saw, although he couldn't explain it, was a figment of his imagination. Nothing happened. I asked my dad if he was scared, and he responded with, "Of course I was, but I had to get over that fear." Many decades later, after my dad had come to America and married my mother and started a life with her, huge earthquakes rocked his hometown. This was back in the 90s, and my father paid for a friend to mail him copies of the local newspaper from his hometown. What he read shocked him. Due to the magnitude of the earthquake that hit his town, many of the old churches were severely damaged and revealed dark secrets. The church in my father's story was among the damaged churches, and upon inspection of said church, the bodies of local native Mexicans who were forced to build the church were discovered buried in the walls. This, of course, made my father question what he had seen when he was a boy, and severed the last thread of his religious interest in the Catholic Church. Unfortunately, this was not the only case of bodies found within church walls. My father went on to tell me that a certain covenant had the bodies of young, pregnant nuns buried within, and some showed signs that they had been buried alive. It turns out that during the time of the Mexican Revolution, peasants took their daughters to convents in the hopes that they would be safe from the dangers of the revolution. Sadly, this is not the case. When these poor peasants would go to visit the daughters, some were told that the daughters were sent off to the Vatican to further serve the church, and he would never be heard from again. This is just one of the stories my dad told me from his days in Mexico. To this day, my dad can't explain what he saw, but he remembers it crystal clear. It's very like the experience my father told me that he The bus we were in front of the building was a parking lot area, and on the right, a large road that was leading to the Great Wall. We followed our cameras through the maps and climbed the road. It was literally on a mountain, trying not to fall off since the road was very slippery. After 10 minutes, we saw some shops on our left side, and we had the choice to keep using the road or using a shortcut through a tiny hall full of gift shops. Obviously, we took the shortcut. As we approached, we noticed that we had to climb 60-degree stairs, and my friend was already tired from all the walking that we had done, so we took a tiny break and she ordered some food to warm herself up. I'm just going to remind you that the weather was below freezing, even though we were wearing a tight clothes. For myself, I wore 3 pairs of socks, 2 sweaters with a jacket and 2 beanies, and I was still frozen and couldn't feel my feet. So, we were tired up a lot more easily than normal. At some point, my phone even told me that it couldn't cooperate because of the freezing weather. After that, we climbed the stairs and finally arrived at the entrance area. We bought our tickets and entered in the Great Wall area. It was wonderful. We climbed a few stairs, took pictures. We pointed a spot that looked like the highest from where we stood and decided to go until there and then go back. The wind was crazy up there. With my phone on my side, and the stairs were polished and all bumpy. That was because this place is highly visited. That made the path even more slippery than the road was. I fell off at some point without even realizing it until my butt was on the floor. Halfway to the highest spot, my friend felt really bad all of a sudden and needed to sit. I asked her if she wanted us to go back, and she declined. She sat on one of the stairs and told me to keep going, taking pictures of her, and then we were free to leave. At this time of the day, the sun was going down. In China, after 5 p.m. it struck, but there was still a lot of people on the Great Wall, so we thought it was okay to continue. It took me 10 to 15 minutes to reach the highest point. I took some photos and then went back to my friend, but she wasn't there anymore. I panicked a bit, tried to check my phone, and I couldn't see anything from her. I texted her and thought that she should have gone back to the entrance area. I went back to the area, but she still wasn't there. I noticed a big gift shop on the left and entered. I started to ask for my friend, and the man behind the counter pointed me to my friend in the back of the shop. He was drinking a hot cocoa glued to a radiator that she was still shaking. I sat down with her and we waited a bit more for her to warm up again and then left the store. We wanted to check the shortcut as we did before, but it was closed. We used to seeing stores closing after 9 p.m. in China, so it surprised us since it was only a bit after 5. So we would take the long way. And it's at that point that everything went from okay to a complete disaster. We researched on the way how to go there, but not on the way back to come back. We thought it would be the same, so it was okay for us. Normally there were 2 buses, but only one of them did the trip back to the city, and obviously we didn't know that. The first bus we took to arrive there was going one way and stopped after 9 p.m. The only bus that could drive us back to the capital stopped riding at 5 p.m. We learned that the hard way. We were going down the road when we saw 2 big cars with 2 suspicious guys. One of them tried to stop us and yelled in constant English of, "No more bus, go with me taxi." I knew exactly what kind of taxis they were. I've been warned by other friends that some people waited at the Great Wall and pretended to be a taxi. They usually propose to drive you to the nearest bus stop, but that trip is overpriced. We refused as we thought at that point that the first bus we took would still drive us back home. We kept walking, but the guy still talked to us. We thought we would stop after a while since we ignored him. We didn't know how wrong we were. We were walking, still trying not to fall, and we didn't hear from the guy for a couple of minutes, so we thought that we had gotten over it. And then we heard a car slowly driving behind us. There were some larger areas in front of us, and the guy drove until there and turned off the car and got out of it. We tried again to persuade us to go with him. He said the price of the trip, and we said no in Chinese. We told him it was too expensive, and he started walking again. We could hear him say, "How about the Beijing? Bus station very far," but we ignored him. My friend was still feeling really bad, and it was difficult for us to calm down. We heard him going back in his car, and we were silent at our post next to us. We kept talking and blocked the road once again. At this point, my friend had enough, and she told him she was feeling bad, and she was okay to go with him if he lowered his price. He said no, so we kept walking. I told her there was no use to show him interest, otherwise he would keep bothering us and try scaring us while the bus stop was only about 10 minutes away from us. coffee or two, he didn't stop there and kept following us and talking to us. He stopped his car again in front of us, and finally said he was okay to lower the car. I had pity for my friend's state of health, and I was also tired and feeling weak. We talked a bit together to decide whether we should go with him, and we were on the verge of saying yes. And then I had a gut feeling. We were two young girls lost in the middle of nowhere, and he insisted a lot to go with them. I've never stranger danger path with my mom when I was a child. We had my friend's arm, said no again, and offered to come down. We used a little path so the car couldn't follow directly, thinking we were done with him, but we could still see him from there, and he was still asking to come with him. My friend was almost crying in pain, and all I thought was that I had to be strong for the both of us. I screamed into him, threatening to call the cops, and told him to buzz off. He laughed, and the second man from earlier arrived with his car. They had a chat, and we decided to use that distraction to flee. Thankfully, he stopped following us after that. We arrived at the building with the parking lot area and went to the bus stop. That's at this moment that we realized there was no bus stop on the other side of the road. On one side of the parking lot, there was a little kind of house with, we believe, two policemen inside. My friend went to ask them to help and waited just in case at the bus stop. When she came back, she told me that there was no use and offered to rudely make fun of her Chinese accent. I was mad, thinking that these men only talk Chinese while we talk 3 or 4 different languages. Whatever, I told her. We all waited to stop and we left the bus driver. We waited for 15 minutes and no bus was in sight. We saw that there were lights on in the building behind us, and we went straight there to ask for help. The night security guard told us to take the bus for one stop, and then there should be a bus stop on the other side of the road so we could have a ride back. He said that the bus should pass every 30 minutes or so, so we should still wait at the bus stop. He was nice enough to wait with us until the bus finally arrived. We did as he said, and after 10 minutes, we arrived at the next stop. At that place, there were more houses and buildings, but we felt a bit safer than before. We waited for the bus, but it didn't seem to come. After a while, a man that was getting at his track saw us and asked if we wanted help. We told him we wanted to go back to the city and waved his hand in the air. There's no more bus, he chuckled. You should sleep here and go back tomorrow morning. I finally noticed the guy went out from the motel, and he was probably the owner, so we declined his invitation. Thankfully, he left, but we were panicking again. It was around 8:30 p.m., and normally the last bus would be at 9 p.m. Yeah, it took us almost 3 hours to arrive nowhere, while normally we should have been home already. But it wasn't done yet. We thought, forget it, as we were so exhausted at this point and ordered a Chinese Uber to drive us back to Fusheng. It would be expensive since it was a couple of hours trip, but we were too tired to think. At least it wasn't as expensive as the freight taxi. The Uber driver arrived 10 minutes later. Still no bus came, but we thought it was the best choice we did. He stopped in front of us, asked our name, and we nodded with relief. But then, he asked how much we paid him. We shared a weird look. My friend told him that he should know us. He was black as well. He asked again. We finally told him, and he responded, no, I want double the price. We were dumbfounded. How could even our Uber driver try to scam us? We argued with him, saying we don't have any money and we paid already with the app. He said we were tired, but he didn't want to change his mind. At this point, I lost it and just screamed with a low-pitched voice. I was dead beat, frozen, and thought we were never going home. My scream did no reaction from the guy. Maybe he chuckled, but I can't remember yet. I was having a huge panic attack. I was crying and begging, but this idiot didn't want to change his mind. I started sending my friends text back that I didn't know what I was doing anymore. One of them that lived in Fusheng at the time called me. He was trying to understand what was going on and listened to the discussion in disbelief. 2 old ladies were walking near us, so my friend stopped them to beg for their help. The 2 ladies talked with the Uber driver and then told us we could pay him. We were clearly on his side and thought we were dumb tourists and we weren't worth their time. They stayed with us in a rage as my friend tried to solve the situation, and my friend was on the phone just getting angrier and angrier, trying to find a solution on her side. I was totally useless at that point. Suddenly, and thank the Lord, my friend got the idea to cancel the Uber drive and order another one. Luckily, the other car was 10 minutes away.
The odd Uber driver didn't look right, so we tried to bargain with him. Even when the second Uber driver showed up, the old lady left at that point.
hesitantly decided not to cross the road as though he did so. Louis could search until I could visit the collision parking on the side of the road. We did so for another 10 minutes and then get up before, once again, hurriedly going back to our site. He's clearly a lot more shaken up than me and Harry, so we walk with him as far as we can, and then continue on the phone for another 5 minutes until we get home. We walk on the side of the motor road as our only other option was an unlit road right next to a forest. For another 15 minutes before starting days at my place, I was so perplexed. It was the last time we'd go down so late. I don't know how much this affects the events of that night, but at the time we were all between 5'4" and 5'6", and although all was worn around the roof, we were constantly getting mistaken for a boy at the time. All three of us were also rocking some major baby faces, leading to people usually thinking we were at least a couple of years younger than we really were. I'm 23 now and have multiple more stories for a later time, including some paranormal experiences as well as a drug box living right next door. But as for now, we still don't know who those guys were, or what they were planning on doing to what they probably thought were 3 sleeping girls. Looking back on my twin sister and I actually imagine this happened around the year 2012 or 2013. That would make her and I around 12 or 13 at the time. We were both currently 18, and the events that I'm about to explain still gives me nightmares to this day, and I have to remember how lucky I really am to be alive. We were from the outskirts of Chicago, and at that time, haven't been anywhere since. During the Thanksgiving holiday, some family of ours from around the surrounding towns invited us over for Thanksgiving dinner, which would be in about a week. My family and I weren't really close, and everyone thought it would be a good idea to get together and spend time with one another. They were wrong. I have a big household, a family of 7. It was my twin and I, our 3 younger siblings, and my mother and father. There were 2 of my aunts, both from my father's side, which is certainly nice. Some had planned to separate us for more space, and we would all meet up again the following days. My twin sister and I, being the oldest, wanted to pick who we wanted to stay with until we would all meet up again. I would not chose our aunts for privacy reasons, but it's so. So my sister and I chose to stay with our Aunt Sally as the only her now grown grandfather. We thought it best to choose her because my other aunt had no young children and my parents had no younger siblings, who was only a few months old at the time. We thought it'd be a great kind of way for Mom to crying, hitting, and whining. I was fast, and soon we're on the highway, making our way to our Aunt Sally's awesome house. Well, we thought it was awesome at the time. She had everything kids could want. She had a lot of video games, a computer, 2 dogs, and she gave us all the junk food our little stomachs could possibly hold. About 20 minutes until we arrived at my aunt and uncle's house, my aunt decided to stop at a store next to Walmart. I don't know which store it was, as it was a chain of stores connected together. But just a few rational things she needed for Thanksgiving dinner. My Aunt Sally and my uncle went inside the store, leaving my twin sister and I side by side with my grandfather. Now remember, when I said the fact that my aunt was from my father's side was important, well, it was really taken to effect. So my grandfather was also from my father's side, making him my father's father. My father's side of the family is Puerto Rican, and a lot of that half of the family doesn't even speak English. But my twin sister and I instantly knew English, which put my sister and I in Uncle's place, and that was such a good case. A few minutes after my aunt and uncle went inside the store, my sister and I made a game of messing with my grandfather while he was sleeping. We took a crowd, took jelly beans up his nose, kept rolling the window up and down with he was leaning on. You know, kind of kid stuff. It never woke up during any of our playing, but we could hear him snoring loudly. This is not what they like, my sister said to me, and we both fell into fits of laughter. The minutes kept ticking by, and the cousin all around us grew smaller and smaller. No cars leaving and hardly any cars coming in. It was late when we looked at the car radio, and it was almost 11 at night. My sister and I were now getting antsy and needed to move around, as I couldn't do. As I was opening the car door on my side, a small black car pulled up beside my aunt's car, and my sister said, as the car had decided to almost took off my aunt's car, the floor with how reckless they were driving. They seemed like they were in a hurry.
I'd stopped and looked back at my twin sisters who also looked as surprised as I did. It's Grandpa, I asked. It was taking the two men in the car beside us an awfully long while to get out. My sister was no longer interested in them and continued messing around with my sleeping grandfather. However, I was interested. I crouched my body down so my head was doing anything physical if we were looking in and out the car. I kept looking in her direction while also waiting for my aunt to help her to get out of the store and come back into the car so we could be on our way. Minutes seemed like hours, and the men still didn't get out of their car. I could only hardly hear them talking. I grabbed a handle of the door, and my sister quickly grasped my arm. I turned to her, and she shook her head at me. "What?" I asked. "I want to go out and stretch my legs. I want to go check on Kiki and Theo." Kiki and Theo would be slang for aunt and uncle in Spanish. She once again shook her head. She always acted like she was the boss, even though she was only 2 minutes older than I was. I sighed in defeat and continued watching the men next to me, which were now beginning to get out of their car. I think back earlier so they couldn't see me watching. Both men dressed in all black, slammed the car doors behind them, and one handed something over to the other. My breathing stopped and my heart began beating 1,000 miles per hour. The man handed a gun to the other man. I yanked on my sister's sweater and made her sink down in my view, so the man could not see us, which was a fact. The man who did not carry the gun was carrying a large black backpack. "What?" my sister asked. I stretched her and held onto her arm for dear life. She shifted under my grasp and complained about how I was hurting her. "I'm just fine," I said, barely audible. But only my sister had heard me because now she was quiet as her breath also grew ragged. We walked as they grew closer to the chain of stores, and I knew we were both quietly praying that the men didn't go into the same store in which my aunt and uncle were in. Thankfully they didn't, and I let out a breath I didn't even know I was holding. Instead, they walked into Walmart. What I heard next will make my ears bleed. I could hear very faint screams of the people inside Walmart as the man holding the gun pointed it towards the civilians. My sister jumped over and kissed my grandfather, who was now awake. "Grandpa, Grandpa," my sister yelled. "What's wrong?" he said in Spanish. He quickly went on the street, trying to explain to my grandfather about what was happening. My grandfather tried to listen, but he couldn't understand, and him being as old as he was, he just fell right back asleep. At this point, my sister and I were now terrified. I still didn't take my eyes off the man in the store. My sister quickly grabbed a blanket beneath us and made us sink to the floor of the car, covering us up so we were no longer visible. It seemed like years, but soon the car doors next to us opened and we could hear a girl screaming and sobbing. My sister's eyes went wide, and so did mine. "Get up and get in the car." That's all we ever heard the men say. I wanted to see what was going on before they left, so I did something I regret. I reached up from the cupboard and slowly peeked over the window. I saw a girl, I guess around 16, in the back of the car, crying loudly. I held my breath and looked at the men in the front seat. 2 pairs of daggering eyes were looking in my direction. The guy nearest to my aunt's car abruptly opened his door, but he didn't get out. The other guy quickly grabbed him and shut the door. He only shook his head to the other guy, who looked annoyed. The guy in the driver's seat looked at me, smiled a sinister smile, and put his fingers up to his lips, motioning me to shut. I nodded and finally leapt to his stall. I looked over at the girl once again, and she looked back at me, both of us wallowing in tears. Her sad eyes still flashing. A few seconds later, the car sped off, never to be seen again. My sister and I were quiet in the car. We didn't speak again until my aunt and uncle came back to the car. We both quickly jumped over our words to tell them what happened. They both just looked at us like we were crazy. It was probably just the girl's parents picking up their teenage daughter who didn't want to leave a friend. That's all we said. They never mentioned anything about the gun we mentioned or the flashback. My sister and I cried in silence the rest of the way home. Nothing ever came of it. I now live in the town where this stuff happened. I still haven't been to that store, although it happened nearly 6 years ago. village when Oscar was late night until he fell back asleep. When Raymond did, my dad kept him charged to his first sound asleep. Halfway through the night, my dad's shift ended when a coworker took over for him. He told her about the sudden of the man in the room. She didn't really believe him very much, though. The next day in the afternoon, my dad had to go to work again. When he arrived, the coworker told him that a family went down last night. The coworker did not receive any more calls from the two person's bedroom. The next morning, as the coworker was making her usual rounds to wake everyone, she discovered Charlie lying lifeless on the bed. She asked other coworkers to come help her, maybe see if it's right, but they noticed he was already cold to the touch. When they asked William about it, he was waking up all in commotion, while sitting completely baffled on the edge of his bed. He gave them an answer that left them confused and frightened. He woke up out of nowhere in the middle of the night when he saw that the king came to return. This time, William did say something. He asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" And that was the last time the man spoke. In a deep, low voice, he responded, "I'm not here for you. I'm here for your neighbor. Go back to sleep, William." William was too scared to say or do anything after this. He shut his eyes and tried to fall back asleep, which miraculously he did. Later, the staff reviewed the security footage that was the hallway in which the entrance to William's room was. No one except for my dad got in and out of that room the previous night. That night, the physical manifestation of death. It happened when I just started college. I stayed in an apartment that was literally in the middle of the woods and isolated. Apparently my college was together with the weird apartment. That building had always been famous for being haunted and people ending their lives there. Not proud, but it happened even when I was still staying there. I stayed in a unit on level 3A and my two best friends were on level 5. Let's call her Jess and 6, Angel. You see, the apartment sucks, and even worse, the past 6 months, those 3 levels that happened to be our floors had no lights at all at the hallway. And the worst part was my unit was at the very end of the hallway near the emergency exit, and in front of my unit, all I could see was woods. It was completely dark if I were to go out to have dinner. Since we were all females, we decided to have a way to go out to dinner together without feeling scared. Angel and Jess would go out first and take stairs down to level 3A, and I would go out last until they would call me to stay on level 3A. And what's more, we never took the lift and stopped working way too often. One night, Angel texted me that she's on level 3A. Since most of the time she's always already with Jess, I was taking my time. I locked the door and looked towards where they should have been. I saw both of them, and they waved at me with their phones. It was completely dark, but I saw their phones swing up, so I walked slowly since then we were together. I was walking down the hallway while looking at my phone. I said hi while looking at my phone, and without saying anything, I just walked past them and go towards the stairs so they can just follow me right behind. But what I heard was, "Where are you going? We're supposed to wait for Jess here." I stopped. I turned around, and there she was. Angel, all alone and no sign of Jess. I looked around for Jess, and she's still not there. It was all darkness around us. I remember it clearly. I walked past them. I even said hi to 2 people. There I was, stood there dumbfounded and waited for Jess without saying a word to Angel. They still don't know anything until now. So who was it? The majority of my family does not believe in the paranormal. I was raised to believe that when you die, you go to heaven or hell, depending on your beliefs. I personally believe that places like homes, hospitals, graveyards, etc. have energy, and depending on certain events, that energy can focus on bad juju, creating a force that is like an influence of another time. Even though the belief in ghosts within my family is lacking, we have had our fair share of odd happenings, specifically in my grandfather's home. My grandfather grew up in dirt-poor old coal mine in Quincy, Pennsylvania. dropped out of school and barely had a first-grade education. The family was torn between two jobs, grave digger or coal miner, and my grandfather chose the latter. When he finally did get money coming in, he and his brother-in-law purchased a duplex. My grandfather, grandmother, and mother lived on one side, and his sisters, brother-in-law, and my mom's cousins lived on the other. My mother told her stories of how she and her cousin would talk through walls, and how she would comfort her cousin because her uncle was a raging alcoholic and abusive to her cousin and aunt. Eventually, my mother's uncle ended her life when her aunt and cousin moved out. My grandfather tore down the walls of the duplex to make room for foster children, as he and my grandmother had issues with conceiving more biological children. Off topic, eventually my mother did welcome a younger sister and brother when she was 12. My mother eventually left and married my father and had siblings and I. In a turn of events, while visiting my grandparents, my grandmother suffered a heart attack, gastric bypass gone wrong, and at the age of 40, passed away at home. My grandfather naturally went crazy, attempted to end his own life, rage quit his coal mining job, and went on disability. He refused to enter the house, placed the foster children back in the safe care, and moved my aunt and uncle in as a relative. They claimed that my grandmother was haunting in that house. My family uprooted and moved into the house. We lived there for about 6 years. During that time, I always had the feeling of being watched. Me and my sisters never had a door that led up to the attic. There was always someone there with a story, and my sister got into the habit of climbing in bed with me on the pier. My parents were on the other side, and their room also had a door leading to the attic. My mother, the non-believer, had even pushed her dresser up against the door to stop the door from randomly opening. The dresser was the window in the kitchen. It faced the porch, and when you looked at it, it felt like someone was walking past. I swear that I never mentioned it at the time, but my father saw the same thing years later. Eventually, my grandfather moved back in, and my family moved a few hours away. And months to visit. During that time, my aunt and uncle moved out of the house. My grandfather was introduced to a friend of my aunt. And well, up and got married. At the ripe old age of 50, my grandfather became a father again. Not only to 2 young stepchildren, but 2 more biological children. Yes, my aunt and uncle are 10 years younger than me. My grandfather told my mother about how he would get up with my youngest uncle and take him to the bathroom during the middle of the night. There was only one bathroom, and it was on the first floor. They claimed my uncle was terrified of the lady who walked around at night. My grandfather swore he could literally smell the perfume my grandmother scantily laced. He said it made him scared. On one particular midnight bathroom trip, he heard a scratching in the roof between the first and second floor. Figuring it was a rogue critter, he waited until morning to pull the tiles off and take a look at any damage done and lay a few traps. The sound gives me goosebumps to this day. That wedged between the roof tiles were old family videotapes of his sister's family in duplex 30-plus years earlier. There were many other odd happenings, but the craziest is recent. Now, my mother, myself, and my sister's family came into some luck when the 2 houses next door to my grandmother's became available. We snatched them up and, after some hardcore renovations, moved in. My mother and I in the house directly next to my grandfather's, and my sister in the same property as mine up on a hill with a private road. My mother had been looking to move back for a while, as my grandfather, after 20 years of marriage, found himself 70, single, and raising a 16-year-old by himself. Yes, some scum would leave an old man alone to care for himself and his daughter. This left my father living with my twin brother, who incidentally lived next door to my oldest brother and his family 3 hours away. Though my father is stuck in a contract job, me and my twins still mostly visit every weekend, while my oldest brother visits once a year. He is his own family after all. Though my grandfather is quite old nowadays, until last November he still had one living sibling. He was quite devastated to be the last one of 5 alive. Now, my oldest brother hasn't visited since September the year before, and decided now was the time to pay his respects and visit my grandfather. He brought his 2 young sons with him. My youngest was 2 the last time he was here visiting. We were sitting at my grandfather's waiting for the funeral service to start, when my brother
What was the coolest rule that your parents gave you growing up?
If we did our chores, we didn't talk back. Basically did everything right. Then we didn't get our ass.
On December 13th, Amanda Tyler, the executive director of the Baptist Joint Committee, or BJC.
Am I the only one that remembers Bob Colin?
Not much. Gonna stream some and then do some homework.
Yes, if we want to get that comment, we should like book it now, but in order to book it, we need to like pay for it.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, how are we gonna do that?
We're all gonna split it.
Yeah, but like, you don't have money right now.
What?
Yeah, but I thought neither you or O have money right now.
We don't.
So how are we gonna book it?
I don't know. I guess not until we get our money.
I just hope it's not like already like booked out by then.
Well, oh well. Where's the Duke? This fat mother.
Naturally. Do take care selecting your weapons. Pay me no mind. What? Ah, it's fine. All finished. Good day, then.
I wanna have fun this summer.
Me too.
Welcome,
Like, I
Ethan.
wanna take trips. I wanna be in like nature
To hunger.
in the city. Like, I don't wanna
Used to be alive.
be stuck in the city in the summer.
Me neither. Me neither.
We don't plan it out.
Huh?
Like, if we don't plan it out, though, like, it's gonna be really difficult for us to do that.
I agree.
Leaving so soon?
So, like, when does O get paid?
I think he starts work next week. I can ask him again.
Yeah, because like it's been it's been like over a month now since he said he would pay you back.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you gotta keep pestering him about that because like you need that money and he told you he would get it to you by April 4th and that never happened. But like I really, really want us to go on that cruise, like
May 7th, he goes back.
okay. I love you.
I love you too.
Yeah, like I definitely want to do like camping and stuff.
I would love to.
Yeah, like I
I just don't have a tent and like gear really for that, but
What?
I don't have like a tent and gear for that, but I would love to.
I think it wouldn't be like that expensive to get a tent like from Walmart or something.
No.
So like, and I think I have like, I might have some gear for that, like in storage. I'll have to check.
We should go with Owen Precious.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I want us to do stuff like that. Like, I really, like, honestly, I don't like being in the city in the summer because it's, like, really hot. It's gross. Like, especially on the subway. Like, it's crowded. People are sweating. It's uncomfortable.
Well, you're gonna be with me, like.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, I do not like New York City in the summer.
Okay,
unless
well.
it's, like, in Central Park.
Well, don't come back then.
Excuse you.
Huh?
Excuse you.
No, I get it. What?
Yeah, everything starts to smell horrible, and it's like the heat is like uncomfortable, and like you're walking around, and like it's humid. And
Well, we got an AC now.
What?
We got an AC now.
Okay, cool. But like, yeah, man, I want to invest in a log cabin by a lake. Like, I want a lake house. That's what I want to invest in.
Trust me, I know that feeling. My Nana's boss owned a lake house in in Columbia, South Carolina, and it was amazing. And he would rent it out to the employees over the summer, and like a week or 2 weeks at a time. And we would go there sometimes 1 or 2 weeks, almost about every summer.
That's awesome.
And it was so magical.
We could rent it out to people, like make money off of it the whole year.
Yeah.
And we could go there during the summer. Like, I think that's something that I would want to invest in. Like, for sure.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, I just find a way to, like, find me that's like on top of a job. Like I wanna maybe start a YouTube or something. Like
Oh, you're so cute. You're like, I want to start a hustle too. Me too. Well, why do you think I started this? Why do you think I literally forced myself to be poor for like months for this? Is because I wanted to build something, you know? Like I knew I wasn't going to be making bands right away. But, like, the cop who was here, he was, like, really nice. And he was telling me, one of the guys I spoke to, he was telling me, the police, he was telling me that, like, he knows somebody who, like, streams, or, like, started, and then, like, now they make enough to, like, not have to work and live, like, a pretty average life, but, and that's only, like, 100 viewers average, and I'm like, holy shit.
that's awesome.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so it gave me hope, you know, he was just like, keep at it, kind of thing, and, like, it'll come, you know, kind of, like one of those. It just takes time. That it just takes time, and it's also like a practice in patience, because I know, like, I'm also kind of like you in that, like, if stuff's not, like, working my way, I'll kind of want to give up, you know? But, like, nah, I'm trying to be, like, smarter and, like, more mature and not be, like, so ADHD and, like, PTSD anymore, you know?
Well, yeah, especially if you make the $5,000, you gotta, like, be mature about that.
Yeah, I know, and, like, no, I'm saying, like, this is an investment. I knew it was an investment for the future. I knew I was gonna be down bad for a while because of it, but I've been pretty consistent with this. I haven't streamed every day, but at least every other day or every 2 days, like, I've been pretty good at that. And on top of that, it'll be like hour-long streams, and so hours-long streams, and then I upload those to YouTube. I gotta just promote that too.
You gotta, like, talk about stuff while you stream.
Yeah. Well, I just get so, like, immersed in, like, he just got exploded. Give him a teabag.
What?
Now I'm just teabagging this guy's corpse because I shot his head off. Halo style. Okay. And yeah, I realized that, like, probably, I guess before stream I should definitely smoke less, you know? Because
I think that's a good idea, generally.
it makes me less mute, and it also is like, wait, what? You know, people like loud, like crazy people, and that's literally what I am with, like, without rules, but like, I just hate the anxiety that it comes with, you know? Like, being that animated all the time comes with, you know?
Well, you can, like, just talk to me, and so it's not like you're talking to nobody.
Well, yeah, I'm talking to
Like,
you.
you can talk to me about interesting stuff.
Well, we have been so far.
And no, but like, I'm just saying, like, on the stream, like,
Well, of course, same with you. What does this note say? To whom it may concern, due to Luther's long absence, I am keeping a hold of his house key. Please find me if you need it. Joseph
what?
Simon. I'm reading the note in the... Because, you know, it's one of the things I appreciate a lot about, like, the Resident Evil games that they've even kept into these new modern games is, like, it has, like, almost like a point and click kind of feel, like, adventure where you're, like, finding notes and stuff. Like, there's so many hidden items and all that. So it's, like, equal parts horror game, equal parts action, equal parts puzzle. I fuck with it. Fuck with it heavy. I'm gonna get you to play it.
Okay.
Because I know you would like this series.
Yeah, I liked watching you play, like, the gothy one.
They're all gothy. That's the funny thing. I love you.
Love you too.
You know, because it's like you're like dealing with like apocalyptic virus stuff. Like you can't really get gothier than that. I need his key, but where do I find it? Oh. Okay, so I need a key for there. I'm so okay. I go up here. This is the one that killing chickens is beneficial. Sorry. Bruh. Why is everything in this game always locked from the other side? Oh, okay. Because we gotta go up and around. Going to save our daughter. I would do this shit. I would shoot all these werewolf zombies and fight a giant, like that like big goth lady's story is pretty interesting because like they were rich or whatever because they started a wine company and a winery, but obviously like it wasn't all wine. Like the name in Spanish literally translated to maiden's blood.
Oh, that's kind of cool though, still.
Yeah.
Damn it. Better see the Duke again.
Man, this barbecue sauce is like the best barbecue sauce I've ever had.
No, you.
It's from this brand called Noble Made.
I don't know. I like Sweet Baby Ray's.
Yeah, that makes sense, but this one is really good.
I would try it.
Yeah, it has like a little bit of like a tangy, sweet taste, like a little, yeah.
Ew. What's that, hon?
I'm gonna eat now. So if I'm not responding, that's why.
Okay. I'm gonna have some Soylent too.
What?
I said I'm gonna have some Soylent now too.
How was it? Did you learn anything?
My God, his
I found these
stomach.
feathers. Now tell me how to fix this like you said you would.
Settle down.
The merchant's
First, you
stomach
must
in this
use that
thing.
key and collect all of your little roses flowers.
Yeah.
Where are the rest of them?
There are 4 in total.
It
You
like
have the
comes
one.
out of his
The other lords
clothes.
have the rest.
Lords?
Mother Miranda is the cold, calculating ruler of this village. 4 lords serve under her. The first you've already met, the Lady Dimitrescu. The second lives deep in a valley of mist, the doll-maker, Donna Beneviento. None of her playmates have ever come back from that dank old estate. The third is Moreau, a being of twisted flesh that lives in the reservoir past the windmills. It is said that he is not the only monster that lives in those waters. The fourth and most dangerous is Heisenberg. He works in his factory on the village outskirts. And the project.
So cute.
Let's just say
Whenever
parts of the human imagination are better left
That's
alone.
adorable. She copies you.
If you truly wish to save your daughter, you must first gather the 4 flasks. I'll do you a personal favor. I've marked the Lord's locations on your map. Some treasures still lurk in this village.
Okay.
I'm sure each one will prove of great use to you.
I want to see Evil Dead Rise.
Why are you doing all this?
Why,
Well.
it's all part of our first-class customer service.
Yeah.
Please do come again soon. You wish to make a purchase? Ah, yes, I have you. Find some quality ingredients and bring them to me. Securing goods is more important than anything. Anything, my friend. Now spend like kings! Ha 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 ha!
Hey.
Ah, so you noticed that. Have a wonderful adventure.
I'm like, how did you have feet and then just like jump around and not get hit?
I don't know.
got him to eat wet food.
Yay.
Dude, as soon as I come back, I want to eat crab.
Okay.
Like, I've been waiting to eat crab. Because I know you want to eat crab.
Yeah.
So I've been waiting.
Mr. Krabs. Just trying to get items. That's funny. The boat.
Ah, yes, yes. Good day, then. Shall I choose something for you? Food is life. Finished? Are you sure you have everything?
I need to go to Japan.
Woohoo. Okay. Wow. Wow.
They have the cutest stuff and cat babies.
Oh, good. I was just thinking of ways to pass the time. Carry on. I can hardly wait. Just excuse me a moment. Apologies for the wait. Here's your share. Not a bad dish.
I just found out that the feta cheese I've been using has been long expired.
Has been what?
Expired.
Oh no.
Yeah, I was like, where's the expiration date? And then it said use 7 to 10 days after opening. And it's been months. Lord help me.
I can hardly wait. Just excuse me a moment. Finished. I'd love for you to enjoy as well. Not a bad dish.
The crab.
What?
I love these crab videos.
He was saving his brethren.
Used to be alive.
That's funny.
Bits and bobs. I see. Do let me know if you find anything else of value.
I'm going to the creepy doll now. Spooky fridge, indeed.
Ethan.
What?
Ethan, come with me. There's something I have to tell you.
Mia? What's going on?
Volumetric fog is crazy.
Rose feels different. Ethan, you have to fix her.
What the hell is this?
Everyone leaves me. Even Rose. I don't want to kill her.
This can't be real. Am I losing it? What's going on?
Whoa, that's a cool house. I'll show you. It's like covered in fog too. Hmm. Oh no.
I've been waiting for so long. I'd make a much better daughter than Rose. Please, won't you stay with me forever?
What? Wait, where's my gun?
So apparently the Mediterranean diet is the #1 diet for 6 years in a row. So it's supposed to be the healthiest.
Yep. Did you see the thing I posted on my story?
No.
It's funny as hell. It's like a British, like, shrimp or something. It's a snake. Oi, bruv. Hiss, in it. It's Tuesday, mate. Smashing day for a pint.
Oh, I saw that.
Isn't that funny as hell? And they have like crooked, awful British people teeth.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's too much. Oi.
Feel sleepy.
Oh.